Hello. Hello, hello, Shadow. That is me right now. Hello, Clarissa Hughes. How's it going? Great. Moonrose, hello. Hello. Sorry about the delays, everyone. Unfortunately, my son has been having a hard time going down. So, might take a little bit of time here. Um, so all my prep time is a little gone, but that's okay. We will do as we can. Um, got my wife ended up moving my turtles just to make sure that they weren't messed with by my son. So give me just a few moments here, and we'll be underway. I've got the camera situation finally figured out, I think. So this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. How is everyone doing tonight? Hope you're all doing famous last words. I mean, you're not wrong. Let me move my keyboard here because I'm gonna need a lot more paints. Got new brushes, courtesy of my good buddy Core Circuit. Hey, Shadow, that's amazing. You think you got hired today? I hope you did. I hope you did. I know that will be a huge relief for you, given everything going on. Let me open this bad boy up. Whoa. And whoop. Hey, thank you, Moonrose. Thank you. Thank you, Saturday. Perfect day to be streaming. uh, that's good, Clarissa. Very sore from a long day of working outside. I'm sure. I am very sure. Also, Shadow says we'll see if the background checks pull up my hobbies. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But I know how invasive those background checks can be. So, hopefully for your sake, everything goes well. Now let's see. Think that's. Think I'm ready here. For those of you at home, I still haven't figured out how to mute the damn stinger that's in between. So bear with me here. There's going to be some loud noises. Things loud on my end. But as you can see, painting setup a lot better now. Alright, got my turtles here. Got two turtles. I've got... Oh! Ah, thank God there's no paint on there. I don't know why they've been falling off the sticky tack. It's not like there's not a small amount on there. But I've got my 4 turtles, and if I have time, which I highly doubt, I've also got Castilian Crow, who is a Grey Knight. Let's see if this diffuses the light a little bit more. Too cold, too warm? Did they get humid? Not really. But yeah. Let's see if I zoom in. Nice workstation. Thank you. This was actually a gift from my wife. I think this was...
Woo, we got trash.
Oh, welcome in. So this over here was a gift from my wife a couple of years ago, actually, before Michael, my son. But as you can see, it holds all of my paints and everything. And this here at the bottom has the BPRD symbol from Hellboy. And for those of you who know me, that's my favorite franchise. So, Uh, absolutely thrilled with this, although a lot of these paints haven't been touched in quite some time. Not since last week, at least. But, that being said, I got the new brushes here, courtesy of Core Circuit. Core Circuit TV, who is one of my closest friends, and who also gifted me some more Grey Knights. Now, I will say, these Grey Knights are 3D printed.
We got trash.
These are technically illegal to Games Workshop. Games Workshop is the guys who make Warhammer 40k. And they are not regulation size Grey Knights. They will show up better when I paint them. If I have time, I am going to clean them up so they're better for painting, that they'll be ready for painting.
Woo, we got trash.
Because there's a little bit of flash that needs to be removed and whatnot, but just to give you an idea, I've got quite a few here. So we got Grey Knight Terminators, which I actually needed more Terminators because I only have like 1 or 2 squads. This one here is a normal Grey Knight. So you can see the difference because the pauldrons are different.
Woo, we got trash.
To show you the difference in size, by the way. Larry, thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. But yeah, as you can see, there's a big size difference. So I wouldn't be able to play with them, but they are going to make for great displays and good practice. Not that I need that much practice on Grey Knights, mostly because I have so many of them.
Woo, we got trash.
I don't mean that in any ungrateful tone, by the way. Yeah, they're big boys. Big boys. I'm just excited to have them. I really am. So, if you guys didn't see, last week, we used some of the new speed paints by Army Painter to do Raphael. The shadows actually came out really well, too. Let me see. I'm going to see if maybe I can configure the video a little bit. Let's see. Is that better? It's gonna take a little bit of time for it to update, but I don't know if that's better for you guys to see. But, yeah. Now, one thing I could do, and I might do, is go back and take a lighter brown and just punch up the leather areas with a little bit of a highlight just to let them stick out. Looks fine to me, says Leary. Not the person to ask. Velkara, thank you so much. It's good to be here. You will hear me sipping from my huge water bottle quite often. Hi, Midnight. It's looking great so far. Hope you're doing well. It's 2:21 a.m. here in Scotland. Wow, 2:21. Well, Donna, thank you so much for joining us. I hope I can keep you awake, or maybe I need to put you to sleep, whatever you wish. Putting you to sleep is not a bad plan, I think, but depends on who you ask. Now, let me get my paints. Now, a lot of these paint brushes, since they're older, like, this one's my newest one. I got this from the game store recently. Not a great brush, but they don't really keep a good eye on them. So these I'll be using to mix. I'll be using them to mix paints, and I'll be using them to like move paints around, but not actually doing anything else with them. Now, there's something else I've neglected to get, and that's the proper colors for my turtle's wraps. So Raph was the easiest. He's got red. I need to get... Let's see. This is purple. That will do for Donatello. I know I've got a lighter purple somewhere. Let's see. Here we go. Alien purple. That will work. Let me mix that a bit. You'll hear my paint mixer in the background. Doing well, spec checker error in the last text. Nice attempt at the Scottish text. Depends on how you put me to sleep. Your voice is always relaxing. I'm happy to be here. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad that you're here. And I'm also really glad that I've got such a soothing voice for you. I love that. Larry says, stay hydrated. I always do. I plan to. Maz, have you thought about putting comments at the top left corner so everyone can see your figurines better? Top left corner. Oh, nope. Is that what you mean? It looks a bit small on my end, but might be better. Happy birthday to a very talented young man. Hope you're having... Thank you so much. It's been a really good day so far. I had seafood for lunch, which is a rarity out here in Texas. It's expensive, so that was well worth it. I could have probably eaten more though, but that's not a that's more of a me thing. Outside of that, I mean, everything was fantastic. Right now I'm just mixing my paints, which is... Okay, so you guys like that much better for the chat? Okay. Excellent. That way it's not in the way of my paints. So, I guess I could show you guys what I'm doing back over here. So, I've got my paints over here. I know it's dark as hell because I'm operating in the dark, but let me go turn on the light really quick. That way you guys can see the process. And my messy ass desk. Oh wow, that didn't actually help very much. Careful, I'm doing impromptu lap cams again. Oh no, how naughty of me. How very naughty indeed. Okay, there we go. That way you guys can see a little bit more about what I'm doing right now. So, with Army Painter, and I've talked about this before, they work really well. They give you really smooth blends, but you have to mix them really damn well. Got an arm reveal. Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys have seen my face. I don't hide it very well as a thing. And if you have my, if you're on my Discord, you saw my face today. I put a picture. I'm not very good at that. Hiding things. Go figure. Hello, Maddie. Welcome in. So, these paints... Oh, thank you. The scarf is... I actually had that scarf a while back, but I want to get a scarf specifically like that. A kahif, I think they were called. I want to get one from... there's a place in Gaza that's like the last textile place that's operating right now. And I very much want to get a scarf directly from them to support them. They're, like, they sell out very quickly, which is good. They need to. But yeah, that's definitely one of my, like, list of things I'd like to get at some point. You've been to Texas twice before. Yeah, Texas is massive, isn't it? It's massive, and as of right now, I wish things would improve over here. And I don't mean just in, like, climate. I mean political climate. You guys have, if you guys have seen any of my other streams, you're likely to understand that I am very politically motivated. And it's hard not to be when you're a therapist, though, you know? It's one of those things where you become conscious of the struggles of others. There was a dude on Blue Sky. For those of you who follow me on Blue Sky, you've seen this post. This guy with his full chest was out here saying that empathy is a sin. Empathy is a sin. As if Christ, the Lord himself, did not teach empathy. It was honestly one of the funniest things I could ever see, and it's just so tone deaf. But that's where we're at in this world right now. In the world of America, where we let Yahtzees do the one-arm salute that should get them punched in the face. Yeah, that was interesting. These same people are also going after, and this is where letting you guys know, Shadow, that's correct. Punch Nazis every damn day. Every day, any way you can, punch Nazis. They deserve it. They can only get better if we punch them in the face. And I know that's a hot take, but it's how I feel. It is the American way. Donna Keene, empathy is a blessing to have and to share. Correct. Correct. It is off. It's so weird to me that there are people who will use any excuse to other and say, oh, well, we can't have empathy. That's the least human, like, that is the most brain-dead take I've ever heard in my life. And I've heard a lot of brain-dead takes. My guy, your face about to appear in that. If that concerns you, be careful. I think a lot of people have kind of seen my face. Again, if you follow me on Blue Sky, you'll have seen my face. It's not. Listen, I am small potatoes YouTube man. I am not big. I am not how you say large following man. So like it should be no problem. But I know very much that like some people hear my voice and picture me differently. So what may end up happening for them is they may get like literally turned off by the fact that I'm not the most handsome man in the universe. And that's a matter of subjectivity. I am on Discord as well. Empathy is a double-edged sword, like common sense. It can be. It can be absolutely weaponized by those in power and those who like to retain their power. And for those of you who aren't aware, I am practically a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. I don't really make it a secret. I was taught that you should treat people how you want them to treat you and be kind, respectful, caring, patient, understanding. 100%. Well, if it makes you feel better, I can tell you look just like I pictured you. Well, thank you, little lady. Thank you. But yeah, as to Donna, like, I agree. I think that it's very important to keep empathy, and that being raised Catholic and still practicing Catholicism, for me, it's one of those things where I have to keep that empathy. And being a therapist, I have to keep that empathy. I couldn't do otherwise. Yo, my birthday is tomorrow. We're almost birthday twins. Hey, well, happy early birthday, Fishy. Absolutely. I'm actually kind of surprised at how many how many people share the week with me, because Stephanie Swanquills, one of the VAs that I featured on the channel, who is amazing, by the way, and if you haven't checked out her work, why haven't you? She actually just had her birthday yesterday. Let's see, now, Leonardo, I can pull up a picture of, so I could pull up a picture of the Toidles, or, let's see, it's like a darker blue. Okay, a darker blue. I've got the dark purple. Got this bad boy for my son, so that when he's old enough, because like right now, he likes playing the turtle games, but he doesn't like watching the turtles yet. But he loves watching Nightmare Before Christmas, and he loves watching Godzilla fights. I'm raising him right. Not everyone can feel empathy either. I think that's very important. And that's true. There are people who can't empathize, but empathy is something that can be fostered and can be taught. There are very few people who are truly socio or psychopathic. And psychopathology is something that in the world of therapy has gone back and forth on actually whether or not it exists or not. Vivid blue? Okay. I got the complete 2003 series. Not sure if that includes Fast Forward or Back to the Sewers yet, though. Oh, nice. I've only got the 2003 series on, what was it? I've got it on Vudu. But I want to get... I want to get all of the different versions, if I can, on DVD. But I also want to get everything that I can on DVD, mostly because, like, as Guillermo del Toro has talked about in the past, that, like, hey, media is important to keep around physically. It's very easy for it to disappear, especially with digital content constantly being pulled by companies and corporations. Boy howdy, am I political today. But yeah, it's one of those things where I absolutely want to collect the Toidles. Huge fan since I was a kid. I know Humble Bundle had a sale where they had all of the TMNT comics digitally. And I mean all of them. They had one where it was like the first IDW run. And just like with the Hellboy comic book bundle where it was all of Hellboy stories. Then they came out later with Hellboy and the BPRD. And then it was everything Hellboy and the BPRD. And then the BPRD. And then everything Ape Sapien and somewhat everything. With the TMNT, it's everything from the original 80s run to IDW to the Saturday morning TMNT that's currently ongoing. It was a good price. I hope I got that one for you. I don't remember which one I got you for your birthday, Shadow. I'm not playing board games, says Kate. Oh, well, listen. I hope you enjoy and have fun. It is always a good thing to be able to play board games. Absolutely good fun. I hope you enjoy and take your time. Just chill with it. Now, these paints really do have to be mixed well, some of these, because they're older, and they've been sitting here for a while, so that's why this is taking forever. And because I didn't have any prep time, because my boy didn't want to go down, that's why I'm doing all this boring crap on stream with you right now. But hopefully, we'll get to the actual cool painting stuff soon. Okay. Let's see. I do want a lighter blue. That's too bright. I need something kind of in the middle. That actually seems darker than this one. See, what I like about the new paint line that they're doing is, as you can see right here, they tell you how vibrant or how bright the color is. But on the older ones, like this one, this is just a matte white, which is why it's not showing up very well. There we go. As you can see on the bottle, it does not show you. Now, mind you, for the speed paints, all it tells you is like, oh, this is a strong green, or like Absolution says deep green. So it's a little less handy. I like the I like this more, but that's just more for me, I think, aesthetically. I have too much of conditioned response to that kind of noise. Yeah. Oh. Well, Shadow. Tell me more. Happy birthday to anyone coming up. I love the TMNT, and when I was younger, my favorite was Raphael. Same. I also like the Hellboy movies, the second one especially. I have a love-hate relationship with the Hellboy movies. I love... not in front of the innocents. Oh no, darling. There are no innocents here. Only degrees of guilt. That's a Warhammer quote. So, I love Del Toro. He's my favorite director. And I love Hellboy and Hellboy Golden Army. They are not comic accurate. So I have some problems with them. Hellboy 2, completely comic inaccurate. Because it's its own thing, and I appreciate that. Whereas Hellboy 2019 was trying to be edgy. And here's the thing. David Harbour can be a very good Hellboy. It's just that he was given a really crappy script and they made him almost too mouthy. Hellboy is a quiet character. He is very reserved. He quips every once in a while, but mostly, like if you read the comics, he's a stoic, silent protagonist. Because he's very careful with what he weighs in on, for good reason. Whereas Hellboy the Crooked Man is the most comic book accurate, goofy, and if it had a larger budget, would have probably done better. I enjoyed The Crooked Man. I thought it was a damn good Hellboy movie. Was it perfect? No, but there's no such thing as a perfect movie. That's a lie. There is a perfect movie. It just depends on what you like. So, for example, some of you might enjoy Nosferatu, which I posit is movie of the year. Some people will disagree with me. You're wrong. Get over it. I'm right. Just kidding, obviously. But, like, Nosferatu was a haunting movie, man. Edgar did such a good job that I am looking forward to what he does next. Donna, if you haven't read the comics yet, I strongly suggest that you do. They're very pulpy, very actiony. They're kind of... Sorry, getting water. They're kind of, like, easy to predict in some ways, and third acts are not Mike Mignola's strong suit. But they're still very fun, very good. Perfect movie, The Princess Bride. You know what? Fair. I will give that one to you. That is a perfect movie. It has everything. I would also argue that, like, for me, Raiders of the Lost Ark is a perfect film. It's fun, it's got globetrotting, it's got adventure, it's got horror, it's got everything. I love it. Muppet Treasure fucking Island. You know what? Shadow, what gives you the right to be so right about things? Clarissa says, I really like the Morbius movie. My favorite part of the Morbius movie was when he said, it's Morbin time. And then he morbed everyone. Like how Taylor Kitsch's portrayal of Gambit in X-Men Origin Wolverine. Yeah, it was an awful portrayal. Here's the thing with Channing Tatum. He put a lot of hard work and effort into portraying Gambit, and he looks really good. But a lot of people were like, he's not the Gambit we're looking for, and I understand that. It's a matter of, like, taste. Ron Perlman is still everyone's favorite Hellboy, but Jack Kesey did such an amazing job that I'm not even mad. Have I ever watched The Fifth Element? Wandering Karasu. Yes, I have. I don't watch it very often because it's a long movie, says the guy who loves Lord of the Rings. But yeah, I've watched it before. It's one of those. It's great sci-fi, great pulp. I really do enjoy it. Shadow Obsidian says, her pretty eyes and perky butt give her the right. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah. You do be looking good. You do be looking like a snack. Respectfully, obviously, but also occasionally disrespectfully. Another perfect movie series. Gotta be the extended edition now. Yeah, no, the Lord of the Rings extended is perfect. I agree. I love them. It used to be a Christmas tradition for me to watch the films every December. And that's because for me, they're great for Christmas. They're great for the holidays. What I also used to do was watch the Hobbit trilogy, which... the Hobbit trilogy. There's a lot of good things that I like about the Hobbit trilogy, and a lot of things that I'm like, nah, you didn't need to do that. Thorin, for example, being one of the fucking sexiest dudes ever. They didn't need to do that, but I'm glad they did. But, like, the dwarf falling in love with the elf, that was Hollywood bullshit that was not needed. The Fellowship enters Rivendell on December 25th. They are Christmas movies. Hell yeah, see? See, Shadow gets it. Leary says, I don't see those as Christmas movies. Oh boy yourselves. Happy birthday. Thank you so very much. I'm excited. But as for Leary, okay, so the reason I always see them as Christmas movies is because the theming of Lord of the Rings is very much about, like life, death, there's a resurrection. Gandalf is basically a stand-in for Jesus, even though Tolkien would have fought me about that, and I fully understand why. Listen, there's a lot going on with Lord of the Rings I could go on for hours about, but definitely Hobbit feels Thanksgiving coded to me because it takes place in autumn and because the dwarves feasting and all of that. I've always associated it with Thanksgiving, Lord of the Rings with Christmas, and Halloween is hands down always going to start in September with me watching The Halloween Tree. Hands down, every single time. That is what's going to happen. That is tradition, tradition, tradition. Okay. Now that I've got my wet palette ready, my paint should be mixed. Let's see. Let me go ahead and start by getting some paint on the palette now. And I'll turn this over here. There we go. You won't yuck my yum. You better not. I like my yum. Ain't no yuckness there. Again, all of my opinions are incredibly subjective. They are not the gospel truth. Except when they are. Goodness. Gonna get a full head. I'm brushing my paints. Let's see here. Oh, it's raining out. Interesting. Okay, so, I said, oh, you know what? I need a, where's my browns? Oh, this is actually perfect. This is perfect. I need to mix this one really quick. I forgot that I have a Hellboy paint set that I can use too. I need to prime that one. The Halloween Tree is a gem, and hardly anyone ever knows about it. It is my favorite, it is my favorite Halloween movie, period. You got so much going on. You got Ray Bradbury, who wrote it and narrated it, which is fucking amazing. God, that movie always gets me teared up. I have so much love for that, and I'm so mad that very few people do know about it. It's one of those things where Halloween Tree, legitimately, I try every year to watch it. And I'll sometimes be like, hey, does anybody in Discord want to watch this film with me? No reason. I just love it. I want to spread it to everyone. We're sharing the same bread cell as... Oh, Hercules soundtrack. Shadow says she's psychic. Which is true. I've seen her do psychic things. Mostly psychic damage to the people who would badmouth her. But that's because she's got a very dirty mouth. I mean, what? Okay, got my brown there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to keep the colors kind of close together on the palette. That way, if I need to mix the colors together. Let's see. That's the Satchel Brown. Now, we discussed last time, too, how the speed paints are very... these are very wet. Meaning, they're very... Oh, God. They're very loose, which is good. They're meant to be. So I'm going to move those over there, so that my speed paints are separate from what's on the actual palette. Now, the tough part with the greens, because, again, my turtles are very green, is going to be picking what goes where. And Leo is going to be the one that gets the brightest greens, because he's going to be at the forefront of their formation. I can give people boners without even touching them. Yes, you can. I can attest. She's a very talented woman, guys. I have mad respect for her. And a little bit more, if I'm being honest. Just Maz, casually talking about wet things again, says Lear. Yeah, you know what? I might be a little bit of a hound. I might be a little bit of a horn dog. I'm just saying. It's not like it's my bread and butter or anything. Okay, so this was not mixed well enough, I think. Come on. Out of there. Come on. You know what? I have a tool for this. So what's happening right now is this paint is coming out too thick. If it comes out too thick, you're not going to get the blends that you need. So every once in a while, you have to shove something in there to get it clear. There we go. Now, this one definitely needs to be mixed, so I'm going to use this. Yeah, I'll use this shitty brush to mix. 10th Kingdom, I have it on DVD. Watched it and ran it on TV. Huh. I don't remember what 10th Kingdom is. Has anyone ever heard of the movie miniseries called 10th Kingdom? Oh, I have not. Dinotopia is a good one. I used to love watching it as a kid, but I haven't met anyone else who's heard or watched it. The Laughing Tree, hello! Happy birthday, thank you! Thank you so very much. Oh boy, this is real oopy-goopy. You messed with my gang, which means that you'll be messing with Oopy Goopy, Munchkin Man, and worst of all, Larry. That's a TikTok reference. Okay. Now that's a very nice dark green. Let's see. Goblin green. Now I probably won't need most of these paints, but I want to have them on the palette just in case. I'm also going to mix this one a little bit more. I don't like how it's clinging to my my brush here, but that's okay. I'm also using way too much real estate here to mix these paints because I still need to make room for the other ones. We got Jungle Green next. Jungle Green. Oh, that's got some crusty on it. Okay. Crusty bitch. Okay, this one needs to be cleared. Let's see. There we go. This one's going to make for really great highlights. Now, I shouldn't have to use these, mind you, with the speed paints, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, in traditional mini painting, what I would be doing is taking these and kind of, I'll show you. I'd make some blends, taking these two and kind of blending them together to kind of give me a mid-tone in between so that I can make some more highlights and pop things a little bit more. But as I saw last week, I didn't have to do that too much with Raphael. Now, I could probably make better blends, but still, that's beside the point. I did see Dinotopia as a kid, and for some reason, I didn't like it. Was it because of the dinosaurs? I'm just being curious, just asking. 10th Kingdom was a story about a girl named Virginia who lives in a boring life in New York with her dad, and then a magical dog leads them through a mirror, and they end up in a world of fairy tale. Huh. Interesting. That's pretty cool, not gonna lie. Okay. So, we're gonna start with Leonardo here. And we're gonna start with Orc Green for his color. Okay. Now for the actual mini painting. Donaki, my friend Lisa asked me to ask you, Midnight, if you could play any of your comic book or movie characters, who would you choose? She would play Katana from Mortal Kombat. I would choose Mystique from X-Men. Full disclosure, I've already done on my channel. I've done a lot of I've done a few audios with some of my favorites. So I've done Hellboy, obviously, who is my favorite of all time. I've done Gambit, the Amazing Nightcrawler, who a lot of people seem to enjoy my version of him, which is nice. I've done like one that sounds like Logan. So I mean, I've kind of done that. One that I'd love to do still. That would probably have to be a Patreon exclusive. At some point, I'd like to do Frank Castle. I'd like to do a Punisher audio. Because it would make a really great action audio. And it would be NSFW specifically because of how violent it would be. And that's not me, like, glorifying the violence. It's more of, like, nah, when you tell a Punisher story, you gotta go violent. You gotta go that dark. And just because of the darker themes, I don't know that I could ever release that to YouTube, to be honest. I haven't done it yet, though. I've started scripts on that before, never really finished it. Because there's some catharsis in doing it, to be honest, for doing the Punisher. He's a very cathartic character, I think, for a lot of reasons. I haven't done a Superman one, though. I've not really seen any Superman scripts, and that would also be one I'd love to do, is Superman. You know, Clark Kent. Daily Planet. I don't know that I have a voice for Superman that isn't just General Hero from the Dichotomy series, which is my podcast that kind of ended up not going anywhere. But yeah, he would definitely be on that list. Not a long list, I know, but still. This green's looking really nice on the turtles. And obviously, since I'm like focused on this, my replies will be a little slower. Land Before Time was good though. Like, it was sad. All the girls love Logan, the Punisher, one of the best characters ever. Violence is wrong, but Frank Castle, it's Frank Castle, yeah. So, it's funny, Leary, that you say that I should do Colossus, because I was trying this this December to do a collab where it was the X Mansion. Unfortunately, everyone got busy, including myself, and it kind of went nowhere. But we did have someone who was actually Russian who was going to play Colossus. He recorded and everything, and he'll probably post that audio. And when he does, I'm going to like promote the shit out of it, because, well, not only is it Shadow's friend, and any friend of Shadow is a friend of mine, but like, from what I've heard of that guy's audios, yeah, guy's good. Guy's good at what he does. But the other reason, like, so I've done Gambit before on this channel, and the only reason I haven't done the rest of Lupin's scripts is because she puts a lot of the Creole in it, the French, and unfortunately, I don't know anything about French, so it's very difficult. Superman has almost martyr virginal energy. He obviously fucks, but eh. Vel does do good work, by the way, Shadow. But like the thing is, Superman is meant to be the best of us. He's meant to represent what is best about humans, and that can be complicated. I also think that it's very much a respect thing. He's a great example of a shiny knight. Now that I am 35 years old, I have far more of an appreciation for characters like Superman than I used to. I mean, Spider-Man fucks, and that guy's a mess. I love Spider-Man, but dude's a mess. Peter is a mess. I love him. We do love a messy Peter. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Damn, that's looking really good. I'll have to repaint his teeth a little bit, but that's okay. Here I go, going silent again. Woo! And what I might do is focus on painting the greens first and then go into the next color. You should definitely try a Superman voice. I would have a lot of fun with it. It's just hard to convey that sort of strength, because like Hellboy is one that I've practiced since I was 18. Actually, no, since I was 14. I've never actually thought to practice for Superman until literally today. The Witcher is fun. I have not finished. I've not watched any of The Witcher after season 2, which is probably a shame. When you paint your minifigures, do you feel like Bob Ross while you're painting them? A little bit. A little bit. It's very chill, very relaxing. Because I'm doing this for me. One of the things, if I ever decide to get more serious about streaming, that I could do is be like, hey, who wants to win a miniature that I've painted? Assuming that someone would be interested in that. That would be a fun little giveaway to get more views and whatnot. But yeah, I like The Witcher. Your attention to detail on the turtle is really good. You guys can't see the messes I've made, thankfully. Very easy to make messes. Let me... Okay. So I'm going to switch to a newer brush. This one will do, actually. Oh, and they come individually wrapped. I like that. How do I open you? How do I open this? Way to make me look goofy on stream. I guess I'll just have to cut it open. I don't have scissors here, so we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Hobby knife for kids. Knife wrench, practical and safe. Another series I love is Scrubs. God, that show came out at a formative year in my life. Miniature. Yeah, I say miniature. I gotta pronounce the whole thing. Listen, I knows what Im's about, okay? Okay. Now, traditionally, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I know Shadow is far more of an aficionado, but traditionally, Donatello tends to be one of the darker turtles, skin tone wise, not like storyline wise. So he's gonna be kind of off brand here, I think, with this color. Oh man, that looks good. I'm telling y'all, I know I kept singing praises about this stuff last week, but I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna have a hell of a time moving away from the speed paints. With all of the minis I've got, this is gonna be a problem for me. And it's so funny because, like, the way this one is showing up on Donatello here. Because, like, it looks dark on the palette. Donnie's middle tone, olive green, a bit of a dusty tone. Yeah, because, like, sometimes he's depicted as being almost a brown green. Um, but yeah, I mean, this has some really damn good contrast. Holy damn. And I like because he's got, like, the turtles having a little bit of, um, having a little bit of, speckles from the white and the gray when they were first primed. It actually adds texture to them, which works super well here. My goodness, this is so nice. Oh, this makes my life so much easier. Is it perfect? No. Does it help? Yes. Makes it go much faster. Honestly, I probably should have used this green on Leonardo. Especially because, like, it's such a bright green. But how could you tell? How could you tell looking at these? Like, yeah. Nothing wrong with wanting to use the speed paints? Oh, for sure. There's nothing wrong with that. Make them look like the live action animatronics? I mean, yeah. The Jim Henson ones are great. Oh man, that's so cool. Now, the only problem with this particular paint, though, and I don't know if you can see it well on the camera, is that it's already trying to run down to the ferrule. And that can be bad for my paintbrushes. So I have to keep a close eye on that. Because if that paint gets in there, it will ruin my brushes. I'm going to try and keep it solely on the tip of the brush which is very hard. Okay. Oh, no. Donnie, stop trying to escape, buddy. Ah, some hair got on there. There we go. I know one thing that I'd like to do for future streams when I paint is, like, get some music going in the background. But you guys, here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If I get too quiet or I get too boring, you guys can always put on music in a different tab and listen to whatever you want while I drone on. You guys don't have to be held by copyright laws the way I do. You guys can be free. I don't like that they keep coming off the stands. There we go. Now, mind you, they've been on these things for a while. And I don't know that I have any way to mount them on anything, actually, now that I think about it. So normally, most miniatures come with bases. And I don't know that these guys have bases. So, again, my brother 3D printed these for me. So I'd have to ask him if they came with bases or not. Oh man, that's looking good though. That's looking good. And I can always bump up the colors where I need to. The layering on this is easy. Let's see. Core circuit. Core circuit's here. Everyone, give the king his crown. Keep it on the tip, lol. I don't like overlapping audio like that. Bad brain feels. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, there we go. Hiding a lot of those streaks there too. Excellent. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the things I hate the most about miniatures is I hate the phase where you have to put your miniatures together. So if they come pre-built like this, it saves me time and I don't have to do a lot of cleanup. I love that about models like this, where there's no building it together, trying to fill in gaps and blah blah blah. It's something that really does bother me as a painter because I'm not good at that part of things. Even with the instruction manuals and everything, it's just not something I'm inherently great at. It's a weakness of mine. So these kind of models have been perfect for me in terms of how I paint. Now the only issue after this is going to be matching the colors of Donnie's skin here. Now mind you, some of this can stay in the darkness, and so it doesn't have to be that bright, but his leg there is going to be real dark, which is fine. I should have bumped up some of the contrast. On his wrappings. Because like here it looks really dynamic and good, but over here it's not as colorful, so it's a little bit harder. My goals are beyond your understanding. Hey, Lupin! Lupin's here? Lupin! Maz just mentions wetness, tips, mounting, then just goes about, like, he just can't get away from his... I can't. I cannot. Oh, trust me, that robot boy, he's got a mind for murder. If the murder is for Nazis. Also, for those of you watching, on the 14th of December, jeez, the 14th of February, me and Core Circuit are going to be streaming Demonologist for Valentine's Day. So if you guys don't have plans, that's something you can do with us. We can all be in it together, going through the horrors of the world together, the way the Lord intended. These mounts are not working very well. So part of what's not working is that they've got these little nibs here on their feet that is making it difficult for them to stay in place. Sucks. That is a skill issue on my part. Okay, I think I see what I need to do. I need to be washing my brush very thoroughly between uses. So that it doesn't get too far down to the film. Because this shit travels really well, both on the models and my paintbrushes. Which, once again, thank you very much for these, Core. I will find you, sir, and I will give you a hug. Now, the only issue that I have, too, is that when you have, like, just black primer, this stuff doesn't really work very well. It needs the highlight. It needs the grays and the whites to be successful in everything. But just with a few extra layers of this stuff, it's showing through a little bit better. I've got his mask a little dirty, but that's okay. So I'm gonna give Donnie a break here and go back to Leo. Get good, yeah. I hope you don't mind you asking, but will you be doing any ASMRs and Patreons this year? And any more arts and crafts? So Donna, when you ask that question, are you asking if I'm gonna continue doing ASMR or if I'm switching to streaming? Because the answer is I am still doing ASMR. That's not changing. But like, I have no plans on stopping my ASMR stuff yet. This is just like bonus content for you guys. Plus, I like hanging out with people. I don't get to do it as much because I've got a 3-year-old. So this is actually quite fun. Except for the toothache that I've had all day, which came suddenly and out of nowhere, and I'm so upset because I've had this stuff happen before, and I know what it means. It means I'm going to have to spend money to probably have another root canal. I hate it here. Specifically, I hate the healthcare here. But that's besides the point. No, that is the point. Never mind. Scratch it, reverse it. Okay. Do I want to bump this up a little bit? Let's see. I'm going to put this on a knuckle here. Darken up that green a little. Already gotta mix or wash my brush so it doesn't get too far down. Gotta pay for the luxury of bones, my guy. No kidding. Oh, you decided to have bones today, hmm? Well, are you going to pay the patriarchy, hmm? Let's see. Honestly, I probably should have traded Donnie. I should have given Donnie, this one I'm about to use, because it's super dark. So Michelangelo is going to be a little uncharacteristically darker skinned, but that's okay. Because the cool thing about Michelangelo in this particular case is that he's kind of towards the back anyway, so in the formation that I have... Oh, wrong one. In the formation that I have them in, it's going to make sense. I could also totally see keeping another set, if I ever got another 3D set, and keeping the black and white look so that they have the look of the original comics. I think that would be dope. I think a lot of people might enjoy that. And with this one, so normally with paintbrush, normally with painting, and I've said this before, you don't want to paint where you've already had a brush stroke. But this paint is so thin, what you're doing is you're pushing the pigment along the model to be where you want it to be darkest, essentially. Where you want the opacity to be the strongest. I do love that I was able to get like different colors for the turtles though. So they don't look exactly the same. There are enough TMNT universes that I'm sure that's accurate somewhere. The Turtles Forever movie is an example. Yeah, I mean, true. It's just one of those things where, as a painter, you're just like, I want to see how close I can get it to this. But you know what? Color schemes are going to do what they need to do. They're going to evolve and do what they need to do. I cannot control the color scheme. I love your live streams and ASMRs. Toothache, yikes. I hope you have something for the pain and you recover from it soon. And 3-year-olds are a bundle of energy. Yes. So my son has been... My son has absolutely been a bundle of energy who does not want to go down at his normal bedtime. Lately, he's been having a really big sleep regression. So he'll go to sleep around 8:30. And I usually have to get up at 9 p.m. to get ready for work. So it's not been a fun time, per se. I mean, I was late to this stream specifically because my son didn't want me to go. He wanted me to stay in bed. And who am I to deny my boy? I love him so much. And my wife, too, obviously. I love my family. But he does require a lot of, a lot of attention because, he's learning and he needs to be taught things. Including emotional regulation, which, as parents, can be very difficult to teach. Because it's all done by modeling, and boy howdy, kids have a way of doing things that will surprise, shock, and sometimes upset you, and you have to learn to roll with the punches. I won't lie, Bluey has been a really great tool for learning how to be communicative with your kids. Now, mind you, Bluey is canonically much older than Michael is, my son, Mickey. So, I have to take it with a huge grain of salt, but it does help. But yeah, in terms of ASMRs, there's, I've had plans of doing a sort of prequel series to my podcast, The Dichotomy, where it's General Hero before he became the world's greatest hero and before he married his semi-retired villainous wife, Lady Malice. Still in the works, I need to write it, but at the same time, any of my writing time, what rare writing time I get, has actually been going into the novel me and my wife are writing. So, Lupin's scripts have been very helpful, improvisation has been very helpful, but unfortunately, my improvisation skills lead to a lot of narrative messes, let's say. Because I'll forget little details that matter. And that happens. I mean, a lot of these things are improvised months and months later, and I don't have any sort of wiki to kind of remind me of what I've said and what's happened and what's going on. Kind of my own fault. Not about that life. No fucking thank you, says Shadow. I get it. Parenthood is absolutely not for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey. You barely get enough sleep as it is for anybody. I don't think you need to lose more. You're absolutely fine. Now, let's see if I can... Yep, I know I missed an arm. Okay. And he needs a few more layers on this side. Sometimes when it comes to mini painting too, you run into small issues like where something is. So like right here, his arm is kind of in the way of his face. And I need to move this because I keep bumping into this freaking wire. You're never going to have a perfect setup. You're never going to have a perfect setup. You got to live and work with what you've got. I say this more for myself than you guys. But I was just talking to Core Circuit about this today, actually. There's never going to be perfect conditions for things, such as streaming. So you just kind of got to go into it and jump headfirst into the fray. I say this because I want to convince him to go about doing his dream of being a robot man. A robot man who streams video games. If y'all didn't know, by the way, Core Circuit is one of my closest and best friends in the world. Man's my pookie. You're still one of the best improv VAs I've seen. You've got talent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Honestly, one of the reasons I switched from doing scripts to improvising was because of another VA. Violet. She's got a weird spelling on it. She's not uploaded in almost a year. I think after they got into a relationship, they kind of just stopped doing ASMRs. I don't blame them, but man, they were one of the best. Like, they did some nice stuff over here on YouTube, and very rarely put out any NSFW stuff, which is a shame, if I'm being honest. Not because, like, anything wrong with her. It's a shame because, like, I really enjoyed when she did it. And yes, that's exactly how it sounds, but also I assume we're all adults here, but you get what I'm saying. Just like I enjoy Shadow's work, you know, as a professional. Core. Yeah, if he ever bullies or says something out of pocket, just know that this man's been my best friend for over half my life. We're cool like that. That's right. He has heard me make moans. Because he's had to edit that. Our friendship is unbreakable. That man is a rock. Core Circuit, that robot is a rock. What is funny is that when it's cold in my room, I sleep better, but in general, I don't like winter. I'm more of a spring-summer person, but when it's hot in my room, I can't sleep worth a damn. God, that's a mood. That's just a whole-ass mood right there. Poor Core. Shadow, my work is mid at best, even with 9 years in the community. Shadow, your work being underappreciated does not mean that your work is mid. It just means that it's underappreciated. And I have attested greatly, many times, at how good you are. Do not fear. I will always be a good hype man. Guys, it's easy to be a hype man when the work they're doing is phenomenal. Listen. And I get it. Not every voice is for everyone. I know my voice is not for everyone. But for the people that it is good for, I know that's why you're here. And I will do everything I can to ensure that you're still staying here with me in this place that we can call home. Shadow, shush you. Never. I know I can't make you blush, but I can certainly try. Maz's work is very underappreciated too, as are several people in. There's a lot of different people like to compete with on YouTube and stuff, but I don't feel like my stuff is underappreciated. Well, not all of my stuff is underappreciated. My Hellboy audios are underappreciated. I'm full chest. No, me and Core worked hard on that. None of you saw it. I'm so mad. How dare you? Um, all joking aside, it's one of those things where I really made those for me. I cannot complain that the stuff I make for me doesn't take off as well as the stuff that's like specifically made to like tantalize my viewers. Or I guess my listeners. My lovely listeners come in for a very specific set of skills that I have. Okay. Okay. I think that's as much. So I'm going to try a little bit more saturation, more opacity on Donnie over here. Just to darken him up a little bit and kind of put more paint on those really dark recesses. Because I need them to pop a little bit more. So here's a fun question. For those of you who watch my YouTube stuff or my Patreon stuff, do you have a favorite audio or favorite series I've done? I would not be surprised that a lot of people bring up Lupin's scripts as being their favorite. Lupin does a good job of writing stories that are pretty relatable. And if you're curious, I can tell you which one is my favorite series by Lupin. It's the Arranged series, believe it or not. So, funny story about Arranged, by the way. She never wrote King Sebastian to be Spaniard or Mexican or anything like that. That was wholly me. I saw that and I was like, you know, this would be cool. I need a different voice so it sounds different. And I just threw my whole back into. It started off kind of as an Antonio Banderas impression that kind of found life on its own. And I am glad every single day that I made that choice, because it makes Prince Sebastian stand out that much more, in my opinion. I'm really happy with that, and that's why I'm dying to, when she gets the book written, I'm dying to do that audiobook, because King Sebastian's going to always, in my head now, always be Latino of some kind. That is, I feel like that's my contribution to Lupin. But like, and this is in no way to bash her. She's amazing. And I don't say that just because I know she's probably watching the stream. It's just one of those things where, yeah, I legitimately feel like that was the character I really feel like I've made my own, because other people have done the Regret series, and that one is just, you know, my Mazarus voice, my Hellboy voice, just changed a little bit. Many try and fail to make you blush. Bye, Donna. Sleep well. Oh, I missed it. Got 20 minutes till 4 a.m. I'm exhausted. Insomnia is a nuisance. Take care. Midnight. No problem. Koa, make me say night night. It's so hard for me to keep up with streams. I'm sorry, because I'm so busy looking at the paints. Leary says, out of Lupin's, Arrange is the best one. I think the Spanish was an amazing choice. Well, thank you. It's just one of those things where I also love, like, the concept of how the arranged marriage goes well. It's a really great fantasy story for that. There's a lot of really great stuff that she does. I also really enjoy Pain Pain Go Away because I love it when Lupin gets to use magic for anything. Because it feels more fantastical. And she uses it so sparingly. Like, she doesn't put magic in literally everything that happens. And that works really well from a storytelling, like, narrative perspective. Because it's so easy to use magic to fix every single problem, and that's not the case. Our protagonists in those series have to work really hard to get shit done. I like that. Their accomplishments are all the greater for it. And I also want to point out, I love that they're not perfect. I love that they make mistakes. Because that's just so much more human to those characters. It adds greater humanity, and I personally appreciate that about them. Like, I love that I love King Sebastian for being such a hothead. I am very curious if him being a hothead at some point is gonna bite him in the ass. I think that would be really great. Like, to see him having to struggle with, okay, I need to keep my temper even. Because that's not something he has to do every day. I am hideously biased, and Read My Tulips has always been my favorite, I think. Even more than Follow My Lead. Listen, Read My Tulips is a very fun, very good audio. The script that you wrote on that, phenomenal, Shadow. Just, again, improvising sex scenes, very difficult. So, having structured scripts like that helps me a lot. Honestly, it's hard to choose which of your audios is my favorite. Unlike so many of them, the first audio I heard of you was the Vampire Trap. And see, Trevor is one of those where I haven't pulled him out in a while. I have so many storylines that just kind of went nowhere because of my improv skills. Oh. And that's the thing is, like, when you come up with things that are not one-offs, that are supposed to be storylines, it's hard to upkeep that. As much as I really want to. It's difficult. It's I might at some point try to go back to it. But like I have a lot that I need to go back to. Like, look, it took me over a year to go back to the meta plot of The Stroke of Midnight, where we get to see Omar and all of them, because I had built that battle so much in my head that I was like, I need to just skip this. I need to skip this because otherwise I'm not going to be able to do it the way I want it to. It was a sacrifice that I'm glad I made because now there is far more content coming out with regards to the Stroke of Midnight stuff. And a lot of it is helped by like people like Erkelin, who has been doing artwork for me. Who she really helped inspire me with
doing an audio about Servial, the Weeping Angel. Honestly, that character is very much an underdog. Everyone loves Louis. Everybody loves Louis because I mean he's smooth. He's a smooth operator even under pressure. You know, who doesn't love Louis? Of course he's got that growl and the accent. So of course someone as pathetic as Servial tends to seem isn't as popular. What I find too in general is that it's an interesting dynamic at how there seems to be an uptick in people who want more submissive characters, like the one from the Possessed series where the man is possessed with the listener, like the love and lust for the listener. That guy, I never expected that guy to just go off. I personally think that the only reason those audios do well is because Clay Shaper, the artist who I get those thumbnails from, their artwork is so dynamic that it grabs people and they click because they're just so fucking awesome. People loving the character was a total surprise. Total fucking surprise. Because don't get me wrong, I know that there are plenty of dominant people who enjoy, but it's just, we're so used to the stereotypical, Dom audios that it's just like, oh, this is, especially for me as a Switch, it is so refreshing to see, oh, there is a market for this, and I do need to do more of it. Hello, Grace. Hi, welcome in. Okay, so I think with the opacity, I think this is as bright and dark as they'll likely get. Because, like, the more I add to Michelangelo here, the darker he seems to be getting. Which is fine. I can always bump up those colors naturally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on... So I can work on the highlights that I want to, but I'm going to move on from this to something else here. Now, I should probably switch my water out really quick, just because it's mostly green. Let me mix this brown over here, because it's already separating a little bit. There we go. This is going to be a highlight brown. This is what I'm going to use to bump up some of the colors and give it more vivid look. Shit, I've already mixed in. That's alright. This is at this point a mixing brush because it's just been used to death. You can see because it's like separating again. I'm silly because I thought you meant the water you were drinking. Oh no. I mean, slap Yandere in the title. Yeah, slapping Yandere. And it's so interesting because when people think Yandere, they think domineering. So having someone who is more submissive, flipping that script, it should seem obvious that would work. I would have to agree this is a pretty good. I wouldn't do much more than that. Yeah. it's also kind of curiosity, like, how can this weird, almost unnerving thumbnail be relevant to that title? That's true. That's true. Um, you guys know that I have a penchant. I love horror of all kinds. Cosmic horror is one of my favorite genres. So getting to play with that in some ways is nice. Getting to play with themes of like madness and stuff like that. That's always been something I've been, because it's giving voice to real issues, real fears. So I'm down for that. Let's do. And actually, oh no. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and start on Yellow Bits for their shells. But yeah, going back to it, it's one of those things where it's never expected what's gonna pop off, what people are gonna be most drawn to. But I love playing with horror elements in ASMR. It's again my favorite genre to kind of work with, and part of that is because, I mean, if any of you've seen Nosferatu, for example, the newest one, by Robert Eggers, there is so much romance and beauty and darkness and sexuality in that film, and it works really well, because of the horror genre. There's a lot of topics that you can bridge that people don't get to talk about, because in polite society we don't do that sort of thing. We don't talk about those sort of things, right? So it's nice having a place where it's just like, oh yeah, I'm getting to make all of these things real for people. But I also love telling all kinds of different stories, just in general. I've always said that I feel like I was born to be a. You must bounce on. You must bounce on it. Crazy style. You will obey this, my counsel. I won't lie. I was very tempted to make an audio based off of Nosferatu. The only reason I didn't is because that voice plays hell on the throat. It usually wouldn't, but like right now, my sinuses have been just fucked because of the weather. So it would be hell on my throat right now. But believe me when I say I have been tempted to do one. I don't know if it would be a shit post though or not. If it would end up being decent or not. But I know there's a market for it. Maybe later this year. Maybe, actually. Maybe. I'd kind of be down for it. Will you get down with the sickness? Oh, I can't even. I couldn't even finish. Who cares? It's fun. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a good Halloween idea too. I've actually got several ideas that were going to be for Valentine's Day. I was actually going to do several videos for Valentine's Day leading up to it. I have not recorded Rabals yet. I'm going to do that Monday. I was going to do it Friday, but then I got distracted by a whole bunch of other stuff, including writing with my wife. So Monday is going to be the day that I record for the Valentine special with Rabal, where you guys have voted you want Rabal to be redeemed. Not distraction, it's priority. It's a matter of perspective, my dear. But you're right. It's not a distraction. I want to work on that with her. Made a bubble. But yeah. I don't think it would be a bad idea to make a Nosferatu audio. Because again, what is Nosferatu if not a little bit of a Yandere love story? There's a lot of themes in there to play with. And I know a lot of y'all would like to bounce on it crazy style. I'm so glad that was one of the last, like, memes of 2024 that's still going on. Family is always a priority. For sure, it is. I like redeemable characters. And that's the thing is, in my mind, Count Orlok is absolutely irredeemable. He is a monster for a number of reasons in my mind. But people like Erklin gave me different perspectives on that that's interesting. Because, like, she's like, oh, he's more of a force of nature kind of thing. I'm like, I get that. But that's the thing about storytelling is good storytelling is not just one interpretation. The fact that there's so many interpretations, it's not convoluted either. Because, like, okay, here's what I mean by that. Oh, I thought you were talking about Rabal. Okay, Rabal. Okay, we'll get to that. We will get to Rabal. But when it comes to, like, okay, storytelling where, okay, Martin Scorsese did a movie last year that was all hyped up and all of this, and it was called Megalopolis. You know, the place where General Hero lives with his wife, Lady Malice, and henchman George. Anyway,
No, we're not in the movie. No, we didn't get royalties because apparently you can't do that because it's just a word. Bullshit.
Can it, George? I improvise with myself a lot, by the way. If you couldn't tell. My wife caught me the other day, actually, in the shower. I know how that sounds. But I was literally on Friday. God, that was just yesterday, wasn't it? But I was literally doing voices and practicing. And she's like, yeah, I heard you in there. I was like, that's embarrassing. It's like, oh, I'm married to you. I'm like, I know, it's embarrassing, though. That's my private time. I don't know why it was so embarrassing to me, but that was just funny. But yeah, so going back to Rabal. Going back to Megalopolis, it's a very convoluted story that, yes, there are a lot of different ways to interpret it, but it's also, it's got a really long runtime for everything I've seen. It's just, everything about it just seems, just record everything I say. God, no. You tangent a lot for someone who swears they're neurotypical. Harder with the lights turned on. You right. But stop saying the quiet part out loud. How dare you? Oh, this one might be fucked. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to bump up some of the highlights. I'm actually going to use RAF here, since I'm not entirely finished, to bump up some of these highlights. Okay, this will work. I say that, but I have several paints that I can use actually. So yeah, Megalopolis, in my opinion, not a good example of good storytelling. I think, if I'm being honest, I think our good friend Martin Scorsese was press B to doubt. B. How dare you? Hello, Clarissa. Welcome back. I hope you ate well. And I hope you continue to eat well tonight. But yeah. A lot of convoluted storytelling with him in that movie. Versus the interpretations that come from Nosferatu have been interesting, and it creates a lot of better discussion on like female rights and stuff like that, and like the fears that women have. You can't deny Eggers did a really good job of opening that conversation up for people. Now this yellow here probably needs to be mixed in a little bit more. It's not as thick as it needs to be. And now he says thick. What can I say? I actually made dinner one day last week. Oh. What did you eat, Velocra? There we go. There we go. Yeah, Rocco. Yeah, Rocco. Can't let that dry. These guys are thirsty. They keep wanting to drop into the fucking paint. Okay. Not that any of you would know what that kind of thirst is like. I know what you are. And right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to stipple, meaning like pressing down with the brush to kind of like get those highlights that I want. color matching can be kind of difficult sometimes.
Son of beach.
Stay on your fucking thing. God damn it. It's because there's like some kind of bend here that's making it so they're all falling over. God damn it. Okay. Made stuffed crust pizza. Damn, that sounds good right now. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like I'm getting a little hungry. I need a counter for words that have double meanings. They only have double meanings with him, though. The innuendo comes from his history, not the words themselves. I'm you with bigger boobs. Well, when we have you to quench it, well, I mean, it depends. How thirsty are you? I can give you the recipe for the Cajun sauce and the chicken that was already cooked. And then just boil the noodles. That sounds good. Ooh! Oh, I do have noodles I could make. I could make the spicy tapatio ramen. You'll tempt me with things that I want. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see how this looks here. Still stippling. But this time I'm stippling with green on some of these. I'm just trying to punch up those highlights just a little bit more, giving them a little bit more character. What I'm also trying to do is get where the highlights are where my light source is supposed to be. I'm trying to do it in such a way that it doesn't look like they got mustaches, which kind of difficult. And I'm going to do a little bit of wet blending. Wet blending is when you take paint that hasn't fully dried yet and mixed it so that it can still like do what you want it to. That's not a great description, I know, but wet blending is a little difficult of a technique. It's not something I'm used to doing because paint dries so fast on minis that, like, yeah, it can be tough to do. I really shouldn't have to worry about the highlights on them, though. The old Milk Mustache magazine. Yeah. But, like, you can see on Donnie here, or not Donnie, this is Michael. That's Michelangelo. Like, I don't really have to do any highlighting on. Fuck off, Ghost. Piss off, Ghost. Let's see. Maybe if I put him over here. No, that's too dark. Huh. Let me go to my settings again. Okay. Looking good so far, if I'm being honest. They're looking good so far. So what I'm going to do is... Hang on, which color is this? Okay, that's a green. That's another green I could have used. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch out... I'm going to switch out the water in here. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Warning, loud sound coming in. All right, everybody, I'm back, and as you can hear, I got me some snacks. But I'm going to be a good streamer and put those snacks away for now. But, let me just set everything up here. And we're going to... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Clarissa. Here we go. All right. Now then, I'm going to be working on the browns. There's a lot of it, so I'm going to go ahead and use a lot. Let me get this brush out. God damn it. Donatello, stay on your fucking... Thank you. You get first treatment here. Get the shells. Get those nice dark crevices. Crevices. Now, for some reason, this one doesn't spread as much as I'd like it to. But that's okay. We will work with what we've got. And these guys will definitely require a couple of layers of the brown. Them staying on these little corks is not as fun. They're having a tremendous difficulty staying on for some reason. There we go. How's that look on camera, actually? Oh, wow. What is it about forearms that makes you want to bite? Not sure. But, certainly not me catering to what, you yearn to bite into. Me catering into such things? Never. Ah, I'm glad you found the recipe you were looking for. Excellent. Now, I know that this is going to look very one note with the color scheme, all of the browns, especially with Donatello. But don't worry, I have got a little magic for us later. There we go. There we go. That's looking good. elbow pad. There we go. Easy. Saying a spot that I missed actually, so let me go back and fix that. I think it was this green. Yes, thank God. I got the right green. Let me try to get him back on this damn thing. Thought I used enough sticky tack, but I have been known to be wrong before. Just as Corsica. He knows what I'm talking about. You think I mean seductively. I mean full jaw strength like crocodile death roll. We are not the same. It's probably dried out. Probably not actually. Let's see. The wonderful thing about the wet palette is the wet palette's a wonderful thing. Old habits die hard. So with the wet palette, it will keep the paints moist for a good long while. As long as the wet palette is moist, most of these paints won't separate and they won't do anything funky. Which is good. But they can occasionally get away from you. I know I don't need to spend too much time on the darkest parts of my model, but once again, old habits die hard. With a vengeance. Let's put another layer on the shell. And now that looks nice. Put another layer on his belt. I need to get the front side of the belt too. I just remembered. That's okay. I'll get to that. Take my time. Take your time. Do not rush. It is an ill omen to travel in poor health. There I go, Nosferatu again. I meant the ticky-tack. Oh, yeah, it's probably dried out. You're right. Bless him, he tries hard. Oh, I do. My habits are hard, and so am I. God damn it, Cor. Yes, these guys are on corks to keep them. Like, I have corks and other things. Maz attempts... I don't attempt to be subtle about anything. Shadow. Cor, if that's been going on for more than 4 hours, you might want to talk to a doctor. Gotta brag after all. If your erection lasts more than 4 hours, nice. I'll have some of what he's having. Nice. Getting a little sloppy there. That's alright. Okay, definitely with the bow staff, I'm going to use a different brown. Because it's coming off a little too dark. And I don't want that. Not that there's anything wrong with a little bit of dark wood. But his bow staff is literally not that dark. And I'll probably, like I said, go back on their leather bits and do the same for some of them. There we go. This is doing very nicely. Damn, Donnie's almost done. Next part is going to be the masks after this, but the leathers I'm going to take some time on. Going to take a good amount of time on. Because there's a lot of leathers, there's a lot of browns. Something sloppy seconds. Listen, listen. All of my seconds are sloppy. Every second I have with y'all. Sloppy. Someone's gonna clip some of the stuff I say and it's gonna be so out of pocket. I can't believe Twitch allows us. It doesn't. I'm just so small, no one's gonna notice. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always horny. No one clip that, please. No one clip that. Alright, we're getting into some good coloring here. Now here's a question. What color should I make the handles of Leo's katanas? They're traditionally black, I think. But I could get a little fancy with it if I wanted to. And we do like getting fancy around these parts. Not me ignoring chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'm in the zone. The auto zone. You know, the place you go to get those all car parts and stuff like that. Sounds like a skill issue. Tighten up, my dude. Well, I mean, I could, since you asked so nicely, Shadow. Remember, kids, when a hot goth girl asks you to do something, you do it. because it's the right thing to do, but also because they're a hot goth girl. That's just the rules. I don't make them, I just apply them. Shit. Oh. Oh. Broke my rule. And I painted what I shouldn't have. That's okay. Just happy little accidents. Each and every one of us. Happy little accidents. Oh, no. Okay. I was able to wipe off some of the paint that went in wrong places. Gotta be real careful now. Let that brown get real deep like. So this is a good example of some details that get lost, is that like there's supposed to be over here a strap of brown, but it's kind of lost because of the way he's bending. So I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to choose to ignore it. Get under the light here. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. Leonardo. Brown's done on him. For now. I heard Hot Goth and dropped everything. Where is she? It's Shadow. It's Shadow. 2003, Leo has his katana handles wrapped in the same blue as his bandana. Okay, that's what I thought. Clench, bitch. That's what I thought. Yeah, Core Circuit. Her credentials are all over Blue Sky. I would recommend stop whatever you're doing and go check Shadow Obsidian's Blue Sky account. You won't be disappointed, I don't think. Always gotta look out for the homies. Hello again, LTU Games. Hope you haven't been here too long. I hope I didn't miss you. Welcome in, welcome in. Getting some painting done, and like it's been going quick actually. I know I've been going for almost 3 hours here, but that's actually really solid amount of time for me, first off, but also as a miniature painting aficionado. 3 hours of work is usually how much I'd spend just doing the normal stuff, getting one of these turtles painted. I'll show you the other ones so far. I'm quite proud of the progress I've made. And it's all thanks to not Warhammer. It's all thanks to Army Painter War Paints. Specifically their speed paint line. Like, you want tabletop ready miniatures? That is the way to go. God damn. I'll tell you, folks, I could do this literally all day. I really could. I love miniature painting so much. Have you ever painted Warhammer figures? It's so funny that you asked that. Yes, I have. Because as I was telling the chat earlier in the stream, my buddy Core Circuit got me Grey Knights. Now these are 3D printed, and I'll have to clean some of them off a little bit, like around the feet. But yeah, this is gonna be amazing to paint. Posture check. Everyone unshrimp yourself. You banana spined bitches. What a paid actor. I mean, I do get paid to do voice acting. But like, look at this. I'm so excited. I love Grey Knights. Like, the Grey Knights are by far my favorite, and like, this one I have primed and ready, so maybe I will paint him today. Maybe I will paint him. But this is Castilian Crow. He is actually one of the Grey Knight captains. He's a brother captain. He is badass. Like, here's the box art for Castilian Crow. I'm eventually going to get this done. Oh yeah, that's very much her. NSFW warning there. that's very much Shadow. And I'll just let you guys soak that in. I know I do. What? I'm not ashamed to support my friends in their creative endeavors. Game recognizes game. But yeah, big, huge fan of the Grey Knights. Favorite, outside of the Salamanders, by far my favorite faction in all of 40k. I actually just got gifted the Grey Knights game Chaos Gate by my friend Firefox, who I now have a computer that can actually run that game, I'm pretty sure. So, if that's something, if I do get more into streaming, that's something that's probably going to be on the list of things that I stream. Both because it was a gift and also, I fucking love the Grey Knights. I love demon hunters, man. They're always cool in my books. Exorcist, always cool in my books. That's part of the reason why I'm excited to play Demonologist with Core Circuit, is because I'm gonna be the stoic, like, Hellboy type with it. I'll get surprised every once in a while, but Core Circuit's gonna be like the newbie who has not seen as much. We're gonna kind of play it up for laughs, but also, like, I'm sure a lot of his reactions are going to be very genuine. I'm really looking forward to it, guys. It's going to be fun. Fair warning, that is not prolific as my Twitter was, but I'm working on it. Good. For all of us, Shadow, good. I am personally glad because you make great content. man, this is nice. Just a few gentle coats of this, and I'm almost done with the base browns. And then it's going to be on to highlighting the brown stuff. Dirty. It's going to be on to highlighting, and then from there, that needs more time to dry. From there, I'll be working on their bandanas. That's going to be the hard part. Specifically, I think the hardest bandana to do is going to be Michelangelo's. Now, I know Mikey's... So, Mikey's nunchuck broke at some point. And I don't know... Some of their stuff broke at some point, and I don't know where they went. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so the handles themselves are brown, but... Okay, I'm gonna need the contrast again. I need the yellow. That's kind of what I'm going for. I'm torn between the Salamanders and the Iron Warriors. Iron Warriors are great. Here's the thing. Salamanders, though, Salamanders have solid lore, man. They've just got really fucking good lore. I really enjoyed the hell out of them. Of all of the 40k, outside of, obviously, outside of sorry, I cannot do two things at once sometimes. So when it comes to their Primarch, Vulcan, he is my favorite Primarch. And that's because the Grey Knights don't have a Primarch. Technically, their gene seed is all from the Emperor directly himself. And I know that's probably a lot of gibberish to a lot of my viewers who aren't into 40k. I just have to say, deal with it, kids. Deal with it. We're doing some lore dumping here, let me tell you. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of like that he's got a broken nunchuck. Gives it a little bit more character. As if Michelangelo isn't enough of a character. He's a party dude. I can appreciate his carefree attitude and laziness. I think my favorite iteration of Michelangelo comes from the, was it 2009? 2012, I think, is 2012 version, where the voice actor who played Beast Boy played Michelangelo and did such an amazing job with him. Really enjoyed that. Means he's been in a fight, yeah. In Days of Future Past arc, he had a single nunchuck covered in spikes in one arm. That's also true. I like that they had a Days of Future Past also. There's a lot of great arcs that the Turtles go through. LTU says, I know some things about 40k, but I'm not too deep into the lore. I'm planning to get my hands on Space Marine 2, though. And also Dark. Space Marine 2 is a fun game, man. And here's the thing that I love about Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 does not overstay its welcome. It tells its story, it gets in and gets out of your life, and then if you want, you can continue on with other stuff. I very much enjoy that. Space Marine 2, excellent game. Love the gameplay, very fun. As for Darktide is also very fun. I like the storytelling of Darktide. I think it's really well done. I like the characters. The Ogryn are an interesting people who have things happen to them that are not always great. I forgot that I need to get this one mixed. So much drama, so much pain and suffering, but also as superheroes and stuff. Yeah. I tried swinging around Tonfas once, and they felt good in my hands. That's good. Also, this is my reminder as a commie. Get yourselves strapped, ladies and gentlemen. The next 4 years in the U.S., not great. So get yourselves strapped. Don't be afraid of them. I recently actually purchased I've got a 22 Ruger. It's a revolver. And I also got a 357 Magnum. Now, I always thought, because I'm not well versed in pew-pews. I thought the 357 Magnum would have a lot more kick. But it doesn't. And I see why it's one of the standards that were used by police. It will knock someone down without necessarily being fully lethal force, which is good. I don't want necessarily to just outright, like, moita someone. You know what I mean? So it's good for me. That being said, I'm probably going to go to the gun range tomorrow and get some more practice in. As someone who recently got into... these are basically the same color, but that's okay. But as someone who recently got into, like, hey, self-defense kind of important when we've got fascies all around, I got my license fairly quickly, me and my wife both. And part of the reason we did that was because with everything going on, we want to be prepared for what may happen. And this isn't saying, oh, we're going to have, all kinds of riots and stuff like that. Nah. I mean, people are taking a lot of this shit sitting down already. And you're like, oh, what kind of shit? Fucking Elon Musk out here fully taking his mask off and be like, by the way, I'm a fucking fascist. We all knew. That's why Twitter is such a cesspool. But, like, we all knew. We all knew that was going to be the case. He's just making it well known that that's where he stands. And so we need to make it well known where we stand by saying, we're not going to stand that. I know I'm saying the word stand a lot, but, like, guys, we got to stand and deliver on this. We got to like put all 10 toes in and say, you know what, we're not going to allow our country to go to shit this way. We had people who fought and died so this wouldn't happen. We need to at least honor those folks who gave their lives to stop Nazis. I'll always be the first one to say, fuck Nazis. Anyway, before I get too political here, Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has Raph using Tonfa, magical Tonfa. Nice. 2 short swords are no longer physically fit enough to use. Hey, that doesn't mean you can't. Also, doesn't Texas have stand your ground laws? Yes, Texas does have stand your ground laws. Which is beneficial, but again, there's a lot of there's a lot of nuance to it. And I do appreciate that the gun classes that we went through did kind of like, hey, by the way, just be cautious of these laws. They're not that cut and dry. They kind of go through like what you can and cannot do, which again I appreciate. I need to find my Desert Yellow. I need to find a wood brown. I've got a brown that's specifically for woods. Oak brown, that's what it was. This one's going to look largely different. Oh, no. They're all spilling all over. It's because everything's uneven. I have a little stabby necklace, enough to do damage, but obviously not enough for anyone to take as a challenge. True. Here's another thing, right? So, in most places, you can't just walk around with a hammer. You have to have a tool belt. So, let's say, for example, Shadow pulls out a hammer while she's out on the town. I'm using Shadow because, like, it's Shadow. She's going to be most likely to carry a weapon and also need to use it. I say this because I know her. And the reason I say this, again, she's a very attractive woman. So, that being said, like, it would be illegal for her to carry around a hammer in her purse to use as self-defense. Because it can be used as a deadly weapon. Stupid, right? I say stupid because, like, that's... Why would you not be able to do that? But, yeah, literally, a lot of the laws are like, well, you can't have that. If you're carrying a tool belt, though, it's totally fine, we guess. Whatever. Well, for... this one still didn't mix too well, but that's okay. I'm going to fix that. That's a nice oaky brown. Okie dokie. Oakley dokley over here. What was I saying? Shit. But yeah, so illegal for her to carry a hammer in her purse, but she can carry a gun in certain states. But yeah, hammers, very good deterrents against people who want to harm you. Because a hammer will fuck you up. This is not to incite any violence or anything. It's literally for educational purposes. If you find yourself where you need a improvised melee weapon, hammers, man. Hammers are underrated. If I had a weapon associated with me, it would probably be a hammer. And I'm not talking like, oh, it's a war hammer. No. A simple, like, tool, hammer, gets the job done. And what I like about those two is it's pretty easy to carry. But again, part of the reason we went with guns is because it's more legal to carry one of those around for a knife. And I get that. But I will also be the first one to admit that guns are kind of expensive. My 357 was like $500 on its own. And that's not like the cartridges, the bullets for that one are like almost $30 for like 40, 50. Now, granted, you can get the training ones, the training bullets, for relatively cheap, but that's because they're training bullets. They're not going to actually do damage. If you want something that's going to have more emphasis, more punch, like a... So, my wife has a Glock, a 9mm. That one packs a punch, and I'm surprised at how much it packs. It's a good thing I've never been attractive enough to be harassed. Leary, I'm going to be honest with you. Attractiveness does not really factor into that either. It's never a compliment. Shadow, I'm just of the lifestyle, and what I show the public means that if I had obvious weapons, it would incite others to prove that I don't know how to use it. It's a challenge. Yeah, see, that's another one of those. It's so hard. It's hard to be a fucking woman in America. It's hard to be a woman anywhere. I mean, look what happened in France. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, okay, perfect example of what Shadow's talking about. While we were driving home from the game shop today, we saw a truck that has like full, like, Trump flag, American flag, and this giant truck that belonged to a guy who you know has the smallest penis in the whole world. And there's nothing wrong with small penis. It's just a small dick energy, right? Just smallest dick energy. And like my wife said, he has all this stuff, including like a bumper sticker that was like, illegals need to go back and they need to be deported. Here's who to call to deport, the illegals, blah, blah, blah. And my wife goes, that guy is intentionally putting that stuff out there to try and cause, like, to try and incite violence by, like, oh, I'm not doing anything. If you're having a reaction to it, you're the one who has a problem. This is a common tactic in the alt-right playbook. Whenever you see someone who's like, oh, I did nothing wrong, officers. Yeah, it's a tactic that they use when they know they're being inflammatory and that they'll likely have someone who wants to, like, piss them off. Now, the difference is that when a woman carries a weapon or looks like she's going to carry a weapon, some men find that as a challenge. And I say some men. Because they've got, and the reason this relates to what I was talking about earlier is they've got a hyper sense of ego and a, like, they're the ones who want to be violent, but will look for someone else to start the fight because they believe that they will finish it. And regardless of whether or not it's true, they will act accordingly, and you gotta have to be prepared for how to deal with that. It sucks. Those people are the worst. Clarissa, screwdrivers can also be very useful in hand-to-hand. They can. But most tools, as far as I know, let's say, for example, if you used a tool outside of your house, and you just so happen to have a screwdriver, and you hurt someone who's attacking you, there is a possibility that you will see more jail time because you used a deadly weapon, even though it's literally just a tool. It's assault with a deadly weapon. Even if it's like the threat of assault. Which, to me, if you ask me, sounds like a way of trying to disarm the populace in some ways. And again, this might be tinfoil hat time, but it sounds like a way of weakening a person's ability to defend themselves against more powerful people. Whether it's police or whether it's like a creeper who decides, you are the one I want. You're the one I love, actually. It's part of the reason why Yandares don't show up a lot on my channels, because they're inherently kind of creepy. And I use them as horror elements. I don't use them to glorify, oh, look at this Yandere, ho ho. No, that shit's legitimately creepy. Especially for a lot of the women. And again, it's one of those great in fantasy, cool, no problem. Not gonna yuck anyone's yum. But outside of fantasy, keep that shit out of here. Keep that stalker bullshit out of here. Human beings deserve peace. They don't need to be like... And this is one of those things where I consider myself a bit of a... How do I put this? I don't know if this will be censored anywhere, but... I consider myself a bit of a sex worker. Because I mean, that's what I provide. I don't know if there's any other way to put it that way. But that's just one of those things where I know that I have less chance of being harassed for it than anyone else I know. And that's because, again, I'm mostly just using my voice, and I've not gotten harassed. I've been very, very fortunate for that. But I know other VAs who have gotten all kinds of really weird DMs from all kinds of people. Hence the little box cutter, simple, innocuous, very sharp. Yep. Oh, we had a bot in chat. Screw bots, except for robots, like Core, who's a good robot. I have to walk with a cane, so I'm always technically armed. Yeah. And see, that one, if you used a cane, there's a lot more plausible deniability with that, which is good. Also, now you can see the difference between the shell and the leathers. And I'll show you with Raphael. And I'm actually going to punch up the highlights on him a little bit more. Just to get a little bit more contrast on there. Not going to use too much of it. I don't want it to overstay its welcome here. Just want that highlight to be where the light would be bouncing off from. So at this point, Raph is pretty much completely done. Because even with that little bit that I did, makes a big difference. And you plop the mini right in the middle of the chat box while fucking screening, you put it there, bro. And you plop the whole mini right in the... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. It's because I need to move this just a little bit. There we go. That'll make it easier. And I need to get a fine... So here's the thing, and this is the kind of counterintuitiveness of mini painting. When you have something really small, like a little bit of detail you want to do, that's when you want to bust out one of these. Just to give you an idea of how fine a brush I'm using. You don't want to rely on using the tiny brushes You would think, oh, you want to do this for the eyes, you want to do this for that, this, that, and the other. The problem with that logic is that the paint has very little time to like, it will dry on its own, essentially. What I'm getting at is that, like, okay. Again, okay. So, with this brush, it is not going to stay wet for long. It's going to dry much quicker because it's so fine. Have I accidentally stuck my watch in the paint? Not yet, thankfully. It is completely clear. And that is... Ha! How timely! It's a TMNT. But yeah. This is one of those where, in this case, the finer the brush, the faster it dries. But you want to use the fine brush for very, very small details, like edge highlighting. And for edge highlighting, you just use the side of the brush. And I'm just putting little dots here and there. Not doing too much anywhere. Just to bring out a little bit more color, a little bit more distinction in the areas where I want them to really pop. Now, if I want to get even fancier, what I can do is I can mix the color that I'm highlighting with a little bit of white so that it pops a little further. Thank you. Sorry, I just noticed that. There we go. It's just kind of hard with everything. Cause see, the problem is, like, you guys can't see what's going on here because I'm having to do this directly under the light. And it doesn't help that, like, the camera, the arm that I have the camera on is also kind of getting in the way. Ah, shit. Dropped the brush. Hang on. There we go. I think I fixed it. The reason I need this light here, why I need so much light, is because that's where I'm kind of basing the edge highlight. Now, this is not quite edge highlighting that you would imagine for like a Space Marine or something like that. That looks different. I'm just wanting, again, the most reflective parts of this to really pop. We get deeper depth of color here. There we go. And stippling also kind of helps as well. Okay, so now we go to the next turtle. There we go. because you don't want to fully cover the last highlights that you did either. You just want to gently kind of bring out the highlights that you did. So like right here. Because this part is so dark, I'm going to go ahead and brighten it up just a little bit. I made a mess. So the problem with this right now is that this fucking camera is wired in such a way that it's getting in my way. There we go. And I'm holding it backwards. Wonderful. What a mess. Made a mess of my model. And again, I'm not looking for perfection here, but I am looking for practice. I want this to look good. I want it to look decent. From the very least, from a tabletop perspective. I want them tabletop ready, if nothing else. Gonna bump the highlights here a little bit more. And honestly, what I could do too on the bow staff is I could have dry brushed this brown here onto the bow staff to make it look a little bit more dynamic. And that's smart, but I do need a notification sound. I don't know why I don't have a notification sound. Okay. Last total up. There. Definitely right here. That's why some of that doesn't make sense, because of the way he was sitting on this thing. There we go. I got quiet mostly because I'm heavily concentrating on this, because it's very delicate work. Oh boy. Go. Nice. Very nice. Get that elbow pad a little bit right there. Use the side of your brush. You don't want to use the top of your brush. Always the side, just enough to like get that in. Now this part's going to be a little bit brighter, so I'm going to go ahead and just cover it. Okay. Now we're going to add a little bit right here. All right. Browns are done. Core needs you to be wired in. Move the chat around when you switch angles. It's tough. It's a tough gig. Okay. Now that that's done, let me look at Oh, I didn't... that's fine. Okay. Now we're going to do one of the harder parts. Okay. Lock me in, coach. I have no idea how to do that. Don't ask for what I don't know how to do. So I'm going to show you guys one of the points I was trying to make. I'm going to try and use this paintbrush right here to paint one of the eyes of my miniatures. And since we got Donatello, we're going to go ahead and use Donatello. Now, I should note that normally when you paint white on an eye, you want to start with something like an eggshell. And then highlight with white. But I'm going to go ahead and just keep them all fully white anyway, because they've got already, they've got the highlight. They've got the edge highlight. Now again, I wouldn't normally use a brush this small. It's working out in my favor right now, but I don't know how long that will last. Because again, these brushes dry very quickly. Okay, I kind of hate that this is not making the point that I wanted it to. Chastity mode activated. Cage construction in progress. Again, just focusing on that eye. I'll fix any flubs a little later, because that's fine. Now this one is actually working out really well for me, which I'm surprised. Normally I use a average size brush to do this. I'm actually going to go ahead and get those teeth a little bit while I'm here. I don't suspect that TMNT would have great dental though, but they're young. And I'm only going to get like a little bit in there with that white for them. See, my brush is already drying out, so I'm going to need to wet it. Actually, I'm going to turn this over a little bit. There we go. Water break, everyone. Core circuit, I'm in. Who is a good boy? You'd think turtles wouldn't have teeth, but here we are. They are mutant Ninja Turtles, madam. Mutant Ninja Turtles. Of course they're going to have teeths. Teethses. Raphael's going to go over there. I'm going to do Leonardo next. And I need you to stay exactly where you are, you sumbitch. Yeah, for this I'm going to need to do a few layers of white, I think. And obviously with the eyes as well, I'm going to do a few layers of white just to make sure they continue to stand out. Because the white also dries relatively quickly. Because I'm using such small amounts, that's part of the reason why. Honestly, though, I'm getting some really good layers in there. I say that and I immediately fuck up. Like, instantaneous fuck up. That's okay. I can clean that up. Because the good thing is with, like, the mouth right here being so clenched, so the reason I'm not doing the eyes after the mask is because going in afterwards and cleaning up the eyes and putting more paint would be kind of a pain in the ass. I did that with Raphael and it was kind of a mistake. This is going to be much easier to clean up because I know what spots I'm avoiding. I'm avoiding the places where I'm putting the white. Now, I need to bust out this one again. Oh boy. Was this screen, I think? Yeah. I'm just gonna... There we go. That works. Perfect. Okay. Okay, now for the part. We'll do the silvers last. We'll do the metal bits last because there's so little of them. Okay, so Valkyria, already drank my 1 glass of wine for the night. Well, good. I hope you're settling in then. Okay. Get nice and cozy. Okay, here's the difficult part. Most of my canvas is... Not canvas. Most of my wet palette is covered in paints. And I should use smaller amounts of paint, but again, I like to mix. So, we're going to go ahead and start with the easiest one to do. We're going to go ahead and start with Leonardo. Tiny bit of paint. And a very tiny amount of paint. Next, we're going to go ahead. Let me see if I like this purple. Okay, that's a pretty decent looking purple. Next up, I need orange. And I'll be using the blonde to make the highlights for that. Now for the purple, I need... That's angel green. Okay. So what I'll do with the purple is I'll likely mix it with the white when I'm done. That way I can do some highlighting. Okay. So let's start off with what I think is going to be the hardest. I'm going to start off with... I know I... Let's start off with the easiest. Let me start off with the hardest, actually. Let's do Michelangelo. Oh no, this is yellow, not orange. Shit. Okay. Someone who's good at color theory, how do you make orange? It's yellow and red, maybe? That makes orange? Red, okay. Let me see. I should have... That's yellow. I should have a pot of... Oh! Lava orange. I'm a fucking idiot. Orange and yellow are very hard to do, by the way. Orange and yellow are very hard to do on models. I'm sure I have some more. I've got like a whole Citadel wall up above me, but I don't use them very often. Which is my bad. I should use them more often. Don't get too excited now, Shadow. What I can do is I can use that yellow as a highlight instead. Okay. That should be well mixed enough. Let's see. Moment of truth time. Oh boy. Might be a little dry. Let me go ahead and pierce the veil, as it were. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking with gasoline. There we go. I'll have to do a couple of layers on the parts that I accidentally painted yellow, but that's okay. I'm going to have to do a couple layers on this anyway, just because of the way this particular paint works. Don't be too much of an asshole, Maz. I try not to be. Make sure that orange isn't too bright. If it is, you can always mix a bit of white in, you know. Corbin Jackson, hello. This is my first time stopping by one of your streams. What's up? Well, welcome in. I am currently painting miniatures. I have been blathering on all kinds of things. I've been on all kinds of different topics. Welcome in. Tell me, what is your favorite content? What is it that you enjoy the most on the channel? I am curious. Do you have a favorite series, a favorite character? Also, one thing that I can absolutely do at some point is, if I get big enough, or if I get like bits and stuff, if you guys want to like make me dance like a monkey, I say that lovingly, not like, oh, you guys are so much work. But if there's like ever a time where like, oh, I want to hear Maz say something sexy as, you know, as Louis, like, yeah, drop some bits in or something, and like, I can do whatever you want. I can be exactly who you need me to be right here, right now, darling. Also, really good practice for me, to be honest. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Let me get paper towel here. Oh, boy. Okay, that works. Favorite thing you do is Werewolf Brothel leader guy. Louis, okay. My comfort audio from him when he calls me Bunny. Ugh. I just bust. I don't blame you. Listen. I understand. Louis has a certain je ne sais quoi about him. He's been doing this for years. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what to touch to make you feel good about yourself. I know what I'm about, little bunny. And I'm so glad you decided to come in on this stream. Allow me to get some practice in. Man's the new person. Hi, welcome. Flattered me to stroke my ego. Hey, hey, hey. How dare you? How dare you call me out this way? How could this happen to me? Shadow, thank you for humbling me. Thank you for keeping me humble and remembering my place. I appreciate you. Though I'm sorry to say this, Maz, but Phasmid has the Best Kisses award. Is Phasmid another creator? I'm not as in the loop on the creators on YouTube as I am in other places, shall we say. I may need to put a wash on the mask to make it pop, since I don't have another orange to do the highlights. We'll see. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Phasmid ASMR. I'll have to look them up. Someone who does great werewolf is Rice ASMR. I bounce between you two all the time. Oh, okay. I think I've heard of Rice, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Let's see. Dude, how dare you pin that, Matt? Hey, Core, how dare you? Your stream doesn't allow bits. Okay. And thank you, Core, for making sure we never miss any zings and burns. Yeah. Larry says, "Ooh, Phasmid. He's a really good VA, and yes, he does great kissing." I'll have to see how they do it. Phasmid has 2 werewolf series, Elf Ranger series as well. Maz and Phasmid are the only NSFVAs I signed up for on Patreon. Oh, thank you. I feel flattered. So I can assume you enjoy furry stuff. If so, what do you enjoy? You mean me? So that's complicated. It's not an easy answer, because it's not like I don't dislike furry stuff. It's just I'm more of a monster fucker. That's really what it boils down to. And that's actually why I started all of this in the first place, is because to cater to other monster enjoyers. My goodness, that is drying out. Okay. No. Damn it, Michelangelo. Stay in one spot. I'm going to allow it because it's true, Shadow. That's furry. That's hella furry. Furry is the umbrella. Scaly is also furry. I love monster boyfriend videos, says Clarissa. Corbin, I am also a monster lover. I'm a monster lover. You're a monster lover. Let's love each other's monsters. Fucking each other's monsters. That doesn't ring off the tongue as well, though. You're a mother lover, I'm a mother lover. Fucking each other's moms. Love that song. Lonely Island is the fucking greatest. Fucking hilarious. Okay. Thinning out the paint here helped a lot, because now it's getting really good coverage. Now I will have to fix his eye a bit, but that's okay. That's not a problem for me. Because like I said, that cleanup is so much easier. Okay, while that dries, actually, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the white and fix my mistake. Also going to put a little bit more white in there just to punch up those highlights. Brighten them up a bit. Sometimes finding the right angles difficult. Don't gotta love it to fuck it, you know? Yeah, that's true. You can't say fuck because it's like... You can't say fuck on Twitch just automatically. I need to fix that. Fuck is not a bad word. Okay, yes, it is a bad word, but you know what I mean. Ugly things are hot, especially if they're scary and dangerous. What do you think of your swamp werewolf vid? The ending made me sad. So he's one of those I might bring back because he makes a really good foil to a good foil to Louis, because he's the exact opposite of what Louis represents. He is a monster in the classical sense of he uses and hurts people on purpose. And quite frankly, I'd love to see his teeth get kicked in. That's because I like to have my bad guys lose. Every once in a while, I'll have a bad guy win, but ultimately they may win a battle, but a lot of my stories, the heroes win. There will be exceptions to this, but I won't tell you when that happens. You'll have to find out for yourselves, kids. And the only way to do that is to watch my videos. Honestly, I don't think I have to do any highlights on this. I think it stands out really well. That orange pops very well. What do you guys think? It's an adult word, not a bad word. Yeah, that's true. A foil? As in their narratives may intertwine? Yes. Their narratives may intertwine. Cowabunga, dude! Ah! Something dropped! I wasn't expecting it. Oh no! No, the fucking wing busted. God damn it. God damn the devil straight to hell. Damn the devil to hell. Okay, hang on. Let me fix this really quick. Where is my super glue? No, seriously, where the fuck is my super glue? There it is. Super glue, don't fail me now. Oh, god damn it. God damn it, that's too much glue. That's fine. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine, guys. All this is fine. All this is fine. God damn it. Fuck, get off my hand. All this is fine. This is fine. Oh, god damn it. It's sticking more to me than actually the model. This is fine. We're fine. We're having fun here. We're having fun. God damn it. It really is sticking more to me than the model. I don't know why.
Probably because the smart thing to do would have been to, like, put the glue on the model and not on the wing. So that it glues faster, you know. Smart person would have thought of that. But, here we are! Great.
Okay, that will dry as it needs to. Fucking useless goddamn webcam cord. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Yep. Okay. So at this point, the only thing that needs to be done for Mikey is the metal bits, which is literally like 2 things. Other than that, Mikey is pretty much done. Let's see. I must say, you also have the best and most authentic vocal patterns out there when it's ones to voice acting ASMR. It always feels very natural. Thank you. I practice that a lot. It's one of those things where there is a lot of practice that goes into getting the cadence right. Especially when I'm doing separate characters and making them try to sound unique. Because unfortunately, my cadence tends to be the same. So having to mix that up forces me to think outside the box. So, like, when I'm doing, say, for example, perfect example, Louis is very calm, relaxed, as is Mazarez. But, and that's part of my cadence. But when you have a character like Blake, Prince Blake, he talks a little bit more fast-paced, despite how slow he talks. My cadence tends to be the same. Ask him about the legality of stacking television boxes. We're not going to talk about that. You can't make me talk about that. Your voice shifting is fun. It's fun to do. It's one of the... Like, I love practicing that so much. I love practicing shifting my voices. It's so easy. It's natural for me to be able to do that. A lot of fun can be had with shifting voices. Use this one for the purple. I'll wet my brush a little bit. All right. And here we go. Into the purple we go. Now, unfortunately, Donatello's like the tails of his mask also broke. Don't know where they went. Oh, that's nice. Let me move the fucking checkbot box. God damn it. No, god damn it. No, the chat box. There we go. Much better. There. So I'm going to do a couple thin coats of the purple. But it's already looking really good with as thin as it is. can't believe Core Circuit brought up one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. So I should tell the story. What do you think, Core? Get Donnie out of the chat. Okay. Can I get background on Louis? What do we know so far? Is he actually a brothel owner? No, he's not the brothel owner. The brothel owner... Okay. So the brothel owner, the one who owns the Stroke of Midnight, is Mazarus Montroud, who is my tiefling character. He is the voice that I'm doing right now. Technically, though, the land, the property that the Stroke of Midnight is on, belongs to Akitham, the Lich. That is because it is protected ground, sacred and impenetrable, or so it should be. Louis used to be... Oh god, I'd have to look this up because I don't remember if he used to be a bard or what he used to be. I have his character sheet, his D&D character sheet somewhere, and it has his background. He wasn't a swashbuckler. In fact, let me pause really quick. Brother, the second the demon corners me, I'm spilling all of it. You forgot about the original owners, John Stroke and John Mitt. God damn it. Okay, so let me look up on D&D Beyond. I haven't gone to D&D Beyond in a long time. Because it used to be better. I only have character sheets for some of these guys. But... Fuck you, signing me out. There we go. Okay. Gift wrap. I forgot about that. Let's see. So, Wog is obviously Orc Barbarian, Path of Berserker. Louis is a blood hunter. That's right. Okay. That's right. He's a blood hunter. So, basically, think of like The Witcher. That's what a blood hunter really is. They hunt monsters. In his pursuit, he was not bitten by a werewolf and became one. He chose the curse of the werewolf to be able to hunt monsters. That's his backstory. You'll notice that, like, in the background also is the wolves, I think they're the wolves of Armenia, basically. They're the wolves of Lathander. They are a holy order of Lathander that follow the light of Lathander, but they follow the moonlight, and they don't worship Selene because they wish to act in daytime. So they can shift at any time of day. And werewolfism is not a curse to them, it's a blessing in their mind because they have control. So in the Stroke of Midnight, the fantasy universe, not the modern AU where Rolf is, those transformations they can do at will. And they keep their mind. Now, I haven't gotten into detail about how the deal came to be that they could do this. But it's kind of a complicated story. God fucking damn it. Will you goddamn stay on your fucking pedestal? Son of a bitch, Donatello. You've been giving me shit all night. Sorry, I'm a little frustrated with that. Could you tell? But yeah, there's a lot of backstory that I need to kind of go over with Louis and them. A lot of great stuff there. The jump scare that is my werewolf boyfriend using this human form shivers down to his spine. So, Louis does have a human and a werewolf form, yes. whenever he's talking to you, most of the time, unless he's really growling, he's in his werewolf. He's in his human form. The story of the werewolf chained up who sounded like Louis was not the same Louis from Stroke Me. Actually, technically, it was. I was going to have that be a canonical story that has happened where someone tries to... Like, it might screw with the canon a little bit, but I mean, they don't go kind of announcing the secrets of their order. Because it is an order of, like, monster hunters. And it's not just, like, dark nasties that show up in the middle of the night that they go after. It's not just those kind of monsters. Any who harm the innocent can be considered monsters to them. Which makes them, in my opinion, more badass. Okay, I'm going to let the purple dry. God damn. He really does not want to stay. Jesus. But yeah, okay, so I have another story. I know you've got tons of questions, right? I know you got tons of questions. Okay. So let's go ahead and paint Leo next. Okay, so I was at Walmart a couple weeks ago with my son. I think this was before Christmas, or right around that time. I'm going through the store with my son, just doing our thing, going shopping, blah, blah, blah. And it's hard to see with my son sitting in the cart sometimes where I'm going. I preface this with, I don't normally do this, and this is literally the most embarrassing story of my life. So we're doing our business, and we pass by this stack of TVs, and they're just kind of like in a row. I wasn't paying too close attention. I moved my cart a little bit, and it just 3 or 4 TVs fell over. And I was talking to Core Circuit. I was sending him a voice message. And he immediately just panicked. I hit the panic button so fucking hard. And I started running and going, no one saw anything. No one did that. Nope. No one can prove anything. I didn't do anything. Y'all saw nothing. And the poor lady, there was this lady who was standing right there. I had made eye contact with her. And I thought that she was just a random person. I didn't realize she was an employee. Well, I had stalked off at a fast pace going, just panicking really hard. I thought it was the funniest shit. But also, again, extraordinarily embarrassing for me. So I'm running like as high as I can and stop at one of the aisles and just like, okay, Michael, we're going to pretend like nothing happened. You say nothing, my 3-year-old who can barely talk. I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on. I turn around and that same lady is standing there and she's holding a badge. She's like, really? You're just going to walk away? And I was like, and I just fucking panic again and book it. I book it again. And yes, they have cameras. I know that. But here's the thing. I can't be held responsible for anything that falls over. It's an accident. And this lady is, like, following me. And I'm still in panic mode, right? Yes, I made it worse. Yes, I made it worse. So I'm hiding in like different aisles, watching for her. I'm going, okay, we're calm, we're good. I've lost her, it's fine. Suddenly she'll appear. It's just like a fucking movie where it's just like, God damn it. Okay, gotta keep my head low. Can't go back in that aisle. So fucking bad. I can't believe I did this. Like, normally I would just stop and help. Hunted for sport in the Walmart Supercenter. For fuck's sake, man. I mean, yeah. I panicked so fucking hard. And again, normally it would be, oh, let me lift those up. I'll just put them back. I'm sorry, whatever. Well, she's looking at me and she's like, come on, follow me. Like, nah. Y'all can't legally hold me. You guys can't legally put hands on me. You can't stop me. You can't do nothing to me. And I don't know why I panicked so hard over something that would have been so easy to fix. But my brain just said, hey, run. So goddamn. And then finally, like, she had me basically cornered, right? And I was hiding amongst t-shirts with the boy and ducking down low so she wouldn't see me before I left. And, like, paid for the, like, 2 things that I needed to. I was only there for 2 things, but it's Walmart, so you spend so much time. It's not illegal to rearrange the boxes. It's not illegal to rearrange the boxes. Yep. He remembers. He still has the audio. He could leak that. Stress the holidays. Probably. Like, there's a lot going on. I think my grandfather was in the hospital at the time. So, like, that probably... There's a lot of excuses I could use. But there really is no excuse for this. Just the sheer amount of panic I had. No excuse for it. It just happened. It's a funny story, but, like, I felt so bad for that lady because she's just doing her job, and some fuckwit just comes in and just ruins her fucking day. She's already working at Walmart, and I just had to make it worse for this poor lady. And she's, like, got me dead to rights, but I'm ducked down just enough that she's, like, looking over me. And I'm like, okay, Mickey's being very quiet. Well, okay, so Mickey is making noises because he sees a Jack Skellington shirt. Again, my son loves Jack Skellington. He loves Nightmare Before Christmas. So he's, like, gesturing for me to get closer to it so he can look at it. So I move a little closer, and then someone calls the lady to go somewhere else, and she gives up the hunt, and I'm just like, oh, thank Christ. Most embarrassing shit I've ever done. I will never live that shit down. I feel terrible. It took me a while to go back to that Walmart. But thankfully, I haven't had any problems since, and I've been very, very careful about what I do around there. Needless to say, your boy sometimes not the smartest. No lie, chat. The voice memo of Maz telling me this became my text tone for a week. Shadow Obsidian, send me the audio, maybe? Hey, fuck you. Not a vibe. Yeah, that's the harrowing story of me being a complete fucking goober. Sorry, let me fix the eye here. I fucked up a little bit. But yeah, that's the story of me being a goober in a Walmart Supercenter. Corbin says, I'm still reeling from the fact that Louis being mostly human. He's at least werewolf in the brothel episodes, right? Say yes or I flood my basement full of vintage Game Boys. So when he's... Okay, so You'll know when he is a werewolf when you hear the transformation sounds. Let me put it that way. Otherwise, he is in his human form. He walks around in his human form unless, like, the mood calls for it. So there are episodes where he does transform, and yeah, people want to be with the werewolf. So yeah. Louis does do that. God. Now all of chat knows my shame. And how do you fucking bounce back from that embarrassment, man? Like, God. Your boy is not always the smartest. I'm not the dumbest person I know. But, boy howdy do I make myself question it sometimes. Am I really a college-educated person? Whoever would have guessed that? When he is more growly, is he in his werewolf form? Typically yes. He's a lot more growly in his werewolf form. Did you guys end up going more Louis for our audio? No, actually. I think I went more Maz, if I remember. It has been a hot minute. Core Circuit, how did I sound in that one? Well, for one, you don't run off. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Core Circuit. Our good friend Shadow wishes for you to verify how did I sound in the audio that you're doing with she and I. There aren't anyone in this one, but he growls. That means I'm safe, right? No human inside? You throw toxic gas. It's not illegal to be grumbly in bars. So, he gets grumbly when he's in his werewolf form, because the vocal cords are a little different. But, usually you'll know when Louis is in his werewolf form, because the werewolf transformation always appears painful. But one cannot deny. That's one of those things I'd edit out. One can't deny the results. That is, though. So I'm adding this lighter blue highlight to further, because remember, Leo is the front, he's the leader of the group, so he's going to have a lot more light shining down on him, so that's why I wanted to have the highlights on him, for sure. Okay, my turtles are almost done, and it's only been 4 hours. Again, that's major progress. And that's with like a 10-minute break. Oh, you're making poor Core Circuit listen to your moans again? Hey, don't feel too bad for him. I'm gonna pay him. But seriously, I will pay him for that. Corbin, do you listen to the YouTube or the spicy stuff on Patreon? Shadow, he's hearing mine too, so it bounces up. I mean, I'm sure Core Circuit would agree. Good to hear the goth girl moan, and like now he's got the images to go with it. Denny was interesting. I'm okay with it. It's not offensive to me. If not, you can either enlighten me what kind of brothel the Stroke of Midnight is. Sorry, I'm not ready video because it's kind of small. Reading. Oh, okay. So, if you're like listening to exclusively the okay, so if you're exclusively listening on the YouTube channel and not on Patreon, you're not gonna get the transformations per se because those usually happen. Case in point, there is a part where he gets like there's a scene where there's two elves that just appear on the Stroke of Midnight land. He transforms then. Whenever he's chasing Rabbit, whenever he's chasing the Traveler, he's in werewolf form. There, that should make it easier. Mazrus, lock your fucking doors. I do every night, and I pray to Jesus that no devil comes into this house. I'm sorry, Mr. Circuit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a bad boy. All right. Now for the harder bits. Okay. I'm going to switch up one more time and use a different brush. I'm going to use this brush right here. Because now we're going to get into metallics. I can either use this one. I'll say this. This one ends up being really dark. So let's go classic here. I'm actually going to check this box here really quick. Give me a second, because if they've got bases, great. If not, I'm going to have to ask my brother about that. Don't mind. These are other things I'm working on. I'll get to them eventually. Look, I've got a tiefling. I forgot I also have another tiefling. This one's really cool. This is the one I'd love to paint. And actually, the speed paints might work really well with these two. There's a scene where two elves... I'm guessing since there's a Patreon, there are scenes where the brothel requires more of its workers instead of just comfort and color. Yeah. So... Okay, Corbin, if you want a playlist, the YouTube playlist is the Stroke of Midnight meta plot. Everything that's canonical to the fantasy version of the Stroke of Midnight bar and brothel is in there. Including, like, whenever Akitham tells stories and stuff. All of that is canon. All of that is, like, their transformations and stuff. That's where that happens. To make it a little easier for you. I know I said I was going to switch over to... But give me a second. Let me fix some of this. Okay, so how are we looking so far? Why are transformations important? Do they mean something other than shapeshifting? I mean, yeah, he's literally transforming from a human to a werewolf. That's what I'm talking about, the shift. Remember to tell Corrin that yes, Louis is a sex worker, as are most. Yes, that's correct. The only ones who are not sex workers in the stroke of midnight are Omar, who is literally a raccoon person, who is just there usually because he's there for the trash. Technically, Gabo is not one. He's just a goblin. There's a few others, but like everyone usually is a worker there. So yeah, yeah, just a lot there. Okay, now let me go for my. Let's see. Let's go with. Do I want to go with gunmetal, or do I want to go with shining silver? Let's do shining silver for the highlight, but let's start with gunmetal. The rest of the goblins probably, and the lich doesn't usually do this. So, Akitham usually doesn't engage in sexual activities. However, he has done some sexy stuff. He can't quite do it the same as everyone else because he's a lich. He kind of literally cannot, by definition. Okay, now we're going to get into the metallic bits. Now, if I wanted to spend a bazillion hours, I could make this look really fucking cool by doing what's called non-metallic metals. You've heard me talk about this before. I will not do that here. I'm just going to use the metal paints with the metal filaments and just do it that way because I do not have the time to spend 50 hours making something look that fucking good. I just don't have it in me, folks. But after this, I'll be pretty much done with these guys. Which means that the stream will likely be ending relatively soon, folks. But I mean, we've gotten a lot accomplished today. I got 4 miniatures painted. You guys got to hear one of the most embarrassing stories of my life. I got to know a little bit more about the lore. The lore. Tell us more about the lore. Okay. So all that's really left for me to do with these guys is to spray them with a coat of clear matte varnish, and that's to lock in the paint and make sure that it does not rub off. Because when handling miniatures, the paints can come off from you just handling them. So this would prevent that. Now, to get a little extra with this, I will likely hit this with a quick wash of black or strong tone. Just to finish it off just a little bit. So let's do that. Where's my dark tone? Here we go. His pants fell off long ago. What's a lich? So basically a lich is an undead creature that is a very powerful wizard, specifically. Liches are infamous for being evil, but Akitham is one of the rare exceptions where he is not evil. He's actually a good dude. I know that's not a full description on what liches are, but they're usually bad guys in D&D. Okay, as wash, I'm gonna go ahead and that'll dim down some of this. I mean, they do live in sewers, so it would make sense for their stuff to be a little grimier. Reliquia, or Rika, I'm probably not mispronouncing that, sorry. I missed it. So I've got Raphael over here, actually. He's been painted. Leo is your favorite turtle. Nice. Solid choice. I mean, there's no wrong choice when it comes to the turtles, though, is there? They're all great. Sorry if my Louis questions were overbearing. You love the character a lot. Hey, no. Listen. People being interested enough in my characters to ask questions about them is not a bad thing. I love that. Your favorite turtle is Venus Shadow? Oh, nice. Does she only show up in the comics, by the way, or is she, like... Or am I misremembering? I think that Donnie doesn't really need any highlights either. The next Mutation TV after the live actions. Oh. Oh, you were... Okay, I was going to say, No, because there is a female turtle in the IDW run. Okay, so this is going to need a little bit more time to dry. So here's the fun thing about washes, folks. When they're really watered down, they take a long time to dry. I'm talking usually you want to give them about 15 minutes to dry before you do anything else to the model. But at this point, I'd say that the turtles are done. Let's see if I can... Let's see if I can get Donnie to stand on this for just a little bit. Apparently, nope. Nope. Does not wish to stand. Okay, you'll see what I'm doing here in a second. Thank you for saying that, because I always let my excitement out when I get into the chance. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. It can be risky, I get that. Do you think you can do Tengu Shredder eventually? So these are the models that I got. They were 3D printed by my brother, and gifted to me over a year ago. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. But you can kind of see what I was going for with the shadows and everything. I do have an awesome brother. I do. Well, Core Circuit knows that my relationship with my brother can be complicated sometimes. But yeah, there we go. I think that's the Toidles. Like I said, there's very little left to do at this point after they dry. I love how bright Leonardo came out, and I love how dark Raph came out. Because again, I like the idea of they're under like a sewer, so that the shadows are almost like that. Thank you. I think they look great. I think the speed paints really, really pulled their weight here. Now, here's where I could get a little fancy. I have no bases for them, and I need to ask my brother about that. Because what I'd like to do is give them... So, for context, I keep saying bases. These are what bases look like. This is what they stand on. Obviously, right now, they're not on any bases. I need to figure out what to do about that, though. As I get the sticky tack off them. I need to ask my brother about this specifically because they're supposed to be able to stand in for the game that they're for. This is for Marvel United, DC United. This is a fan-made TMNT United that they're for. And the idea is that they're supposed to stand on these bases. Now, the cool thing is, I can get fancy. This is an example of a base that can get a little fancy, where I've got terrain on here that I can dry brush and paint. So, it starts off this way, where it's just sand. You paint the sand. Always use flare-based. Haha, Nikki, welcome in. Get them the pizza stat. But yeah, so what I can do, and I can actually show you this. This would be easy enough. I've been wanting to do that. You know what? Showing the monster is dangerous. I mean, yeah. I painted this last year for a stream. You know what? I got a little bit of time. I'll show you how this is done. First up, I need black paint. Back up this light we go, and back up this we go. Okay, I'll show you how this is done. Like I said, I'm going to use this one. Thin out the paint just a little bit. Because this one's actually very thick. 3 C's. Okay. Now this is going to be sloppy. That's okay. This part can be sloppy. It is meant to be. That is okay. Normally there's a brush that you can use that's specifically meant for this. Usually you want to use a fucked up brush. This brush is kind of fucked up as it is. I got the new paint brushes, so I'm okay with doing some damage here to this brush. But I am trying my absolute best. Now, normally, if you want to do this, you spray your model with the black primer first, including the base. But I did not base this guy. I had him on one of the corks. So that's why I'm having to do this now. Like, over a year later. The other thing I'm doing is I'm also making sure that the sand stays trapped inside. Because we're going to make this look good. And you want to cover as much of the sand as possible. Which is hard because there's a lot of it. It's very small, very granular, so there's a lot of stippling that takes place here. And I'm just going to give it like pretty massive strokes here. I'm also going to get the ring around here so it's I think I did spray it originally on this base. But what I didn't do is I did not prepare the base when I first had it on here. What I mean by that is that there was no sand or any texture on the miniature here. I did that after the fact, after I found my sand. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to transform this plain sand into a different landscape. You'll see what I do. But unfortunately, some of the sand did not stick as well as it needed to. I either didn't use enough glue, or it's just kind of flaking off because I didn't do anything to seal it. That is my bee, as you can imagine. Okay, so I'm going to do a drop of black there, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it really runny. Where did I put my black paint? Right here. Don't lick the brush. Massive strokes, definitely. Absolutely and diabolically would. Fine. Get me pregnant, please, says Corbin. Are the for D&D? This one is for like anything. It could be D&D, it could be a board game. This is just a model that I bought online that can be 3D printed. Now, I have a lot of things I can 3D print, by the way. I need to upgrade my 3D printer at some point, because I haven't used mine in forever. It's been a while. It's been well over going on 4 years at this point that I've gotten to use. Since before Mickey was born, I haven't really gotten to use my 3D printer. Just because I haven't had space or time, because it takes hours to 3D print anything. But yeah. I've got a lot of miniatures that I need to paint in general, and getting the speed paints is going to make it so much faster. And it's going to give me a lot more practice too. There's still plenty of models that I'm going to have to use traditional methods of painting so I don't forget. Because it's easy to rely on the slap chop method. Really easy. But we are better than that, chat. We are better than that here at the stroke of midnight. I'm going to remain using both traditional and non-traditional methods of painting, so that none of my skills go to waste. Okay. There's some areas here that need to be black. And again, this brush is kind of on its way out anyway, so this one's perfect for this. I've used this brush for a lot of things beyond its intended use. Not... Oh, God. Why did I say that? Because I'm just now realizing how that sounds. Not like that, you pervs. Not without being paid for it, anyway. What I mean is that, like, in the hobby, I use this for a lot of things. Because it's a good brush. It's a good brush because of how thick it is. It can hold a lot more paint for longer. And that's very useful for all kinds of different things. I was talking about how using a narrow, small brush can be useful, but not as useful as you think. It's very good for fine details, but not good for, hey, broad strokes. You need something like this for the broad strokes. And again, this paintbrush, as you can see, definitely needs to be cleaned. There's a lot of color that's in the ferro. You're the #1 perv here, Maz. Yep. Camelot is just a model. Coconut noises. Just looked up Monty Python. Haven't seen that movie. Corbin asks, is it good? So, here's the thing, Corbin. Monty Python is a series that has a series of movies. The one that they're specifically referring to is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It is probably the most popular, well-known one. But short answer is yes. Those movies are hilarious. There's a little bit of humor for everyone. Okay. So, I think that's as dark as I can get the base, to be honest. Which is fine. Now we're going to go up to the next step. That's where the dry brush comes in. Okay. All of these are going to have to be cleaned later tonight before I go to bed. This can be thrown away. I'm not going to need that. Okay, I'm going to move my totals. Okay. This over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a gray paint. A gray paint. Inflammatory comment. Not really a fan of Monty Python. Burn the witch. Burn her. Terrible. How dare you? Just kidding. It's completely fine. It's just one of those things where it's got a little bit of everything. God, I need to change my YouTube name. I feel weird being a gremlin with this name. Corbin Jackson. Gremlin. Be a gremlin. It's fine. We love gremlins. I love a good gremlin. Trust me. It's allowed for you to be a gremlin. But this is the other thing I was going to show off. I've got like a disgusting slime I want to try. You're not the biggest fan of comedy movies. Oh. Then what are you doing here? I'm hilarious. I says unconvincingly. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get most of the paint off this brush. Now here's where the magic happens. Yeah, see, I don't like that some of the sand is coming off. That's not supposed to happen. And neither is the black, actually, so it didn't dry well enough. Great. Wonderful. That's okay. Dry brushes are really resilient. They can take all kinds of punishment. Still got to clean them, though. Just hoping this long Now, typically when dry brushing, you want to do one direction only. Like, stay in the same direction if you can. Like, where you move it. And again, tons of sand just coming off this damn thing. You're lucky I'm giving you any sort of attention, you son of a bitch. I say as I type the word P. To my horror, Peener explosion chamber is the first result. Second result was porn. Have you made a Louis figurine? No, I have not. I love stand-up, though I hate comedy movie scripts. I'm going to bed now. Clarissa, thank you so much. I know you've got church in the morning, so thank you for staying with us. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much. Domain expansion. Peener explosion chamber. Thank you so much, Clarissa. You take it easy. Whoa there, Buster. Buster rhymes. Buster rhymes for crimes. It's crime time. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm humming a song that I don't think anybody here is gonna know. I'm literally realizing that no one here is gonna know who the Alan Parsons Project really is. Makes me a little sad. But then I realize I was born and built differently. It's not that I'm better than you, it's just, well, I'm better than you. You, specifically. I'm looking at you. Yes, you. I am better than you. I shouldn't be allowed to talk by myself when I'm doing shit. When I'm not paying attention to people. It's very bad for me. Fight me, fuckboy. Fuckboy. Alan Parsons Project is probably familiar to some, but not all. I know most of their discography. Because I grew up in a family that really enjoyed the Alan Parsons Project. You are because you create. Possibly. I don't know why Shadow wants to fight, but they have my support. Shadow has everybody's support. As it should be. So I realize that I don't have... Do I not have tweezers? I've got to have tweezers somewhere, right? Let's see, let's look at my tools. These are all brushes. I know I had tweezers at some point. I just don't know where they went. Spaceballs. The search for more money. Well, not Spaceballs 2, sorry. Spaceballs 2. The quest for more money. That's more brushes. I don't know where the fuck my tweezers are, man. Well, that's not great. Okay. Edgy Bug says, hello everyone, or maybe it's better to say good evening, since it's probably late in your country. But I just woke up an hour ago. It's 7 a.m. here where I am. Love from Poland. Hey, welcome in, Edgy Bug. Thank you so much for joining us at what's likely going to be the tail end of this stream. I'm wrapping up here as best I can, as fast as I can. But I'm also in the middle of an existential crisis of realizing I don't have tweezers. And that sucks in this instance because I need to move tufts of grass onto a model. Feels so weird to join a live stream. I never join them, says Sleepless Animations. Well, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Can you read the message up there? I posted a medium length one. Which one, Corbin? I asked earlier and I don't think you saw it or I missed a response. Do you have a future Louis video coming? Will it be comfort focused? No. The answer to both of those questions, very shortly, no. There's a lot of stuff going on with the meta that I'm focusing on, so it's gonna be a while before we do another comfort audio with specifically Louis. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me cover this and move it for a moment. Okay. Where did I put the super glue? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, normally you do this with, we do this part with tweezers to make it easier. I could probably darken up those browns, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these. And just stick this right there. Stick a small one. Again, this is why we do this with tweezers, but I don't seem to have them. This is a lot harder than it looks. But just to show you what I'm doing, I'm adding grass tufts. Use 2 brushes like chopsticks. Unpopular opinion, I could take Louis. How dare you, Nikki? No, you couldn't. I mean, well, okay, no, I lied. Yes, you could. The suspense was killing me. May I ask, how does your metaplot work? Does it move around and shift perspectives a lot? No. So, okay. The meta plot is that there are 2 listeners. There is the Traveler, who you most often see in The Stroke of Midnight, Bar and Brothel, and there's Treasure, who is with Amadi and the Red Dragon. Those 2 storylines converge at one point. Mr. I can fight a gorilla. I could fight a gorilla. I could. I don't know that I could win, but I can absolutely fight a gorilla. Let me be Delulu about this. I could fight a gorilla. Core Circuit also is aware of this argument. He knows. He knows I could take on a gorilla. I mean, we could all take him on a date. Haha, ridiculous. Shame that it's at a finish, but it's still a pleasure to hear you first in the morning. Have a great night. Thank you so much, Edgy. Thank you so much. I never said I'd win. You could fight a gorilla and get folded like a banana. Yes. Okay, so here's where I'm going to try. This is a new effect. This one's called Disgusting Slime. I don't know how it works, so we're going to test this out together, folks. I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Said I would win. Yeah, I could fight a gorilla. If the circumstances were right, I could fight and win against a gorilla. I fully stand that I have the overconfidence of a man who knows that if his son was in danger, I would fight a gorilla and win. I would have no other choice. It is what a man is born to do, to fight gorillas and win. This is not toxic masculinity, by the way. This is just pure, actual masculinity. Nothing toxic about it. How dare you? This is my house. I am ambivalent. So fucking edgy. Okay, well that's a bit different. A kid is involved. I mean, yes, but still. My favorite color is disgusting slime. Good. Corbin, maybe with a gun. Listen, I don't need no gun. My guns are the ones that God gave me at the end of my limbs here. Oh, that's cool. Okay. This guy is gonna have disgusting slime dripping down into the ground. Okay, that's actually pretty damn cool, I'm not gonna lie. This is cool as hell. I'll look at the chat in a second, guys. I just want to put more disgusting slime. I'll let that dry and see what happens. I'm actually really curious. Because I've seen slime effects. I've seen effects by GW, so I don't know what Army Painter effects are going to be like. I'm kind of curious. He's still a biche. Does no one remember Harambe? I do. Every day. Dicks out for Harambe, guys. That's what started this conversation. Oh, I'm a ding-dong. I just realized half the chat is from YouTube. Yep, that's right. With the cancer ray after you've died. Ugh. Rika, totally random, but suddenly thought of you in Squid Games. Me in Squid Games. Yeah, that'd be a treat. Rest in power, Harambe. I'd win the Squid Games by killing myself. No. You play video games? I'm currently playing First Descendants. I do play video games. In fact, me and Core Circuit will be playing video games in the near future on February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. We're going to have a bros night in, even though I'm married. Yeah. So, I don't know how well you can see. Cute. Do I listen to... Yes, I do listen to ASMR. That actually does help me a lot. So I added some, like, drooly bits where he slimed and is drooly. I wonder if I should invest in a more HD camera than this. Favorite ASMR creators? I'll get in that. Maz really hit me up last week like, I know my bitchless bestie doesn't have Valentine's plans, and now we're hunting demons together. That, I mean, that's not. I didn't say it that way, but I implied it. I implied it, Core. But yeah, I added a slime effect on him, so it looks like he's drooling slime. I die in the first game because I trip over the hair. I mean, that happens too. My hope is that I don't know if this is a glow effect or not, is the thing. Okay, I'm gonna try a thing. Hang on. I'm very curious. Does it glow in the dark? Does it glow in the dark? Let me turn off my overhead light. Give me a second. As far as my embarrassing Walmart story, you think you can top it? Listen, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that you could. I don't think it glows in the dark. Damn, that would have been cool if it glowed in the dark. Okay. But yeah, me and Course are going to be playing Demonologist on the 14th. I do hopefully plan to do some more streams every once in a while between then and now. Just to give you guys extra content and kind of keep things going. Honestly, I'd love to do more painting. Just because I'd love to get some of my paints done. Glue in the dark. Hey Shadow, this is for you. Woo! Look how wiggly that is, God. Bish, I have seen your photo. You put yourself out there, and you will have moth ladies eating out of your hands. It's true. Oh, you need at least 2? Here you go, Shadow. Here you go. Ew, why did it wave at me? The hands. They're just my hands. As for my favorite ASMR creators, Tiny Hands ASMR, top one for me right now. There's also I think GB is pretty good, but Luna ASMR. There's Big Man Audios. Shit, there's a lot of the ASMR that I like. Great, now stick them up your ass. How dare you? Princess Diana did not die for this. Why it moved like that? Why my fingers move like that? I don't know. This hand, okay, my left hand for whatever reason is more dexterous than my right hand. This is the kind of hand content people want, right? This is what they say when they want hands, right? This are you not entertained? For whatever reason, it's sus. Listen, okay? Okay? Shadow Obsidian can throw hands. I am an Eldritch Horror. How did you know? I'm not an Eldritch Horror. I'm an Eldritch Whore. I fuck Cthulhu good. Okay. We're getting way off track here, folks. But not only did we finally complete the base for this man, for this gentleman, because you tell us you all the damn time, yes, I need studies to tell me why I'm like this. I don't, Eldritch Horrors, you know, that's beyond my scope. But as for our scope here, we have finished our toitles. Now I gotta do cleanup. This is gonna be the long part that I'm gonna like put shit away and whatnot. You guys don't have to witness that boring stuff. I'm gonna end the stream here in a minute. But thank you all so very much. Can I sign off using Louie's voice? I mean, I can. You gonna pay me for it? I'm mostly kidding. I'm mostly kidding with that. Everyone knows I use Mazarus to do my sign off. It's just classic. It's how I do. Take your shirt off. Already did, says Corsair. Please, I'm not on your Patreon for a reason. Is it? Oh. We got a poor here. We got a pava in here. Someone see the pava out. No, I'm just kidding. That joke was specifically for Nikki. Specifically for Nikki. But yeah, I'm gonna, as I try to find where everything fits here. But yeah, I'm going to be signing off here in a second. I want to thank you all for joining me. This has been a wonderful birthday. Fuck, I am tired. I am getting to the point where, like, I'm losing my words, so I know I'm tired. But I want to thank you all so very much for joining me, for keeping me company during the stream and, you know, hearing my stories and my tales and just being overall great human beings. I love talking with all of you. Thank you for your support. Happy birthday, Mr. ARP membership. Get naked so I can throw quarters at you, Nikki says. God. Birthday wishes. Never mind. If there's cake, I'd rather have that. Thank you guys. This has been a wonderful, wonderful stream. I really do hope to do more of this in the future. Even if it's just me and a couple of people just, you know, chillaxing, I'd be fine with that. You guys are wonderful. Thank you again. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the rest of your day. And as always, I will see you next time. And this one's specifically for you, Corbin. So, get your napkin out. That seems rude. I'm sorry. Get your napkin out. No, stay, says Nikki. I wish. I've got a boy, and I've got stuff to take care of in the morning, unfortunately. So, as always, ladies and gentlemen, sweet dreams and pleasant nightmares. Just leave the camera so we can watch you sleep. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.